There we go, we're in. What is up, everybody? It's Lids, and we are back for some more Pyre community Rite Nite. That means some good old-fashioned multiplayer Pyre. That will be featuring, first and foremost, people from the Rite Club Discord server. If you are unfamiliar with said Discord server, there is the link. That is the best way to get more involved in partaking directly in these rites. However, you in chat, you're not off the hook. If you see that red circle with the white L below chat, you click on that. You'll see all your various options that you have in terms of various requests that you can make. Things like requesting specific exiles, masteries, talismans, arenas, songs, titan stars. All that stuff is fair game. So, without further ado, let's jump in to the versus mode screen and let's get started today. Let's see, I do still have people's names up from last time around. Let me just close those off, because, well, we'll be looking for 2 new people to get in this time around. Who would like to start things off for us? Oh, and let me pop into Discord as well before I forget, because otherwise I'm sure I will. Okay, there we go. Discord. Turn off the withdrawn. And how's everybody doing?
Hello, all fine here.
What's up, Lag? Would you like to get things started today?
Yeah, I can.
Sure.
And wait a second to let me set up my controller.
Okay, no worries. Anyone who would like to face off against Lag? Generally speaking, I would say that for those of you who are in the later time zones in Europe and whatnot, generally best to try to get you in as early as possible so that, you know, we aren't getting you in at it's like, you know, midnight or 1 a.m. SSE? Alright, perfect. I swear, we always get this matchup. Lag Machine versus SSE. It may be quickly becoming one of our most common matchups between these two, and part of the reason why I say that, or at least part of the reason why it seems so notable, to open up Steam Friends real quick here, but is because these are possibly the only 2 Chastity players that we have, and yet whenever they go against each other, we have to ask ourselves, alright, well, who's going to be Chastity? Who is going to be something else? So any takers for something other than the Chastity this time? Let's see. So Lag, why don't I send you your invite? Or you said you were getting set up, so why don't I send something over to SSE first?
Oh yeah, speaking of the triumvirate problem,
Mm-hmm.
I decided I was going to switch to the accusers from now on.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. One of the few accusers players. Alright. In that case, I suppose the decision has been made. SSE officially changing sides. Previously of Chastity, this time round, it's going to be the accusers. Okay. Very interesting. Okay. And then let me get a lag on player 2 here. Let me send you the invite first, I suppose. Alright. Invite sent to you, Lag.
Okay.
And Lag, you will be the Chastity, is that correct? Or will you be changing
Yes.
things up on us as well?
I will be the Chastity.
Okay, perfect. There we go. Okay, in theory, SSC, I think you're gonna end up being player 1 here, and Lag, you should end up being player 2, just based on the order in which I invited you to, but it could take a second here to double check.
Okay, my bumpers don't work. If S is do, then I guess Please play.
What about now? Now it seemed like it may have
I-
started registering.
I played 2 now.
Ah, okay. Lag, can you move your cursor around at all? That would suggest you're player 1.
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah, so we just had you. Except then, let me swap your names around real quick. SSC will actually be player 2. Lag will be player 1. I gotcha. I gotcha. Okay. Perhaps just a ramification of us switching around some of people's teams, and how they're switching around their sides as well. Okay, got you switched over here. Put lag on the chassis here. What's up, Amanda? How are you? All right, and for SSC and lag, you two all set? Good to go?
Mhm.
Take a quick look and see if we have any requests to start things off here, although I don't think I've seen any just yet. No, I think chat's still warming up a little bit, so you guys are getting off easy for now at least. But I'm suspecting that won't last for very long. Ah, thrash back from Amanda just as I was hitting the start button. We'll get it in for the next one.
For next round.
Yeah, I threw in a free sermon intro. Let's kick things off.
Have you the fortitude required to prevail? The stars themselves shall be your witnesses. The chastity stand ready. Accusers stand ready.
Yeah, it's actually not often you get to see the full arenas. You know, only when you actually do the sermon intro do you see the area above them, and in many cases, that's where all the fancy stuff is, and Glade of Blue is certainly no exception. One thing to note is this is, technically speaking, the home arena for lag here, so potentially advantage lag in that regard, but they will get the chance to pick whatever team they want here.
What am I doing? Yeah,
And I've said it a lot recently, but lag, of course, has been doing so much of the testing with various different types of teams and mastery setups and talismans that it's hard to predict what we're going to see from lag. Going with the quick throw on Saxiana there, chastity member as well. The weirdest, funnest strats. Alright, and we have seen a lot of Barker, and even with the Banishing Throws talisman, that is something that SSC has certainly gone to on at least a few other occasions. Certainly lots of curs, but that talisman pick as well. Don't tend to see it from many other people, but SSC in particular seems to be quite comfortable with that. Now, looking like going to be Chastity member number 2 here for lag. Looking at Manly. And one of the things that lag had spent a ton of time on was figuring out exactly in which scenarios different types of classes can banish other types of classes, from what angles, and when they're next to what combination of teammates. So interesting to see that he's taking one of the largest aura classes in the saps, and then further increasing the size of that aura, Scribe Rock. SSC thinking about Prayer Beads Tamitha, which is, of course, very strong offensive setup. Goes for Fell Swoop for the cast explosions. It doesn't make it all the way down for any of the super attributes. The typical cam harp setup. And then lastly here from lag, it's looking like it's going to be Lendl with Goals Bracer, so some big power cast from him. Defensive strategy there. Definitely a more defensively oriented team from lag between the Sap and the Goals Bracer Nomad, whereas what we're seeing here from SSC, okay, this is the setup that SSC had as a bit of a surprise in the tournament. certainly caught me off guard. Going with Luminous Idol on the harps means that whenever he picks up the orb with Tamitha, she will gain infinite stamina. And SSC was deliberately picking up the orb, throwing it, and then picking it right back up to just replenish stamina with that harp. So be on the lookout for that. Except it's Barker this time. Uses the throw to banish one defender and then follows up to get rid of the second. Looks like he might have had some time to get in there, but it's actually Lag who's intercepted the orb here. See with it back now, but again, the banishing throw gets rid of one. Now here's Zoxiana for Lag. Within the safety of that sapling, but remember, the one class that can most easily actually remove those saplings is the harp. They can actually cast into it and destroy it altogether. In addition to, of course, being able to fly over it. There is the new strat from SSC. Threw the orb, picked it back up, triggering Luminous Idol, giving him infinite stamina on Tamitha. And that was enough for him to speed into the Pyre. Now, of course, means that he does not have prayer beads on her, so she's not coming back right now. But it is a nifty way to catch your opponents off guard. It's really hard to get the rhythm of it down defensively to stop it. Zoxiana for Lag. Throws it in for the full 20. Thought he had to cut that one short, but no, he makes it in. That means we're tied at 80 apiece. Lendl, probably not someone that Lag particularly wants to be going on the offensive with, although if you can banish the defenders, then I suppose that works too. So now it's SSC, and here is, yes, throwing the orb, picking it back up for infinite stamina.
No.
And it's enough to get in. With the dribble harp, the way that SSC is currently using the harps, I don't recall Cam doing it before. I wouldn't rule it out because Cam is, of course, our resident harp expert. Although, at least the first time I remember anyone having used it was SSC in the tournament. So, if anyone has used it in the past, I think it has been only for a brief moment, and SSC has seemed to very quickly get the hang of it. And started to use what was, in many ways, a similar strategy there with Tamitha throwing the orb, picking it back up. She does not have those, that Luminous Idol there. She has prayer beads, but she still made it in, and that means that she is now back after having plunged. That is the benefit of having done that with Tamitha, rather than Tamitha for SSE, but it's Lag with Lendl. Zoxiana, Barker. Zoxiana with the orb. Flies over Barker. Gets rid of it. And SSC nearly intercepted, or at least picked it up, passed it over to character in an offensive position there, but uses the heart push to get in with Tamitha. And again, she has prayer beads, so when it comes to choosing between scoring with Tamitha or Tamitha, that is the character that SSC would prefer to score with. So Lag, running out of time here, does have a sap. There's a chance he has a little bit of rekindling. But especially now in the Glade of Lu, as we get late into the right, things get rather crammed. So it becomes much more of a defensive rather than offensive match. And like we were saying before, Lag did go for primarily a defensive team, and that 20-point score narrows the gap a bit. Back to Lendl, hops over the defender. Oh, he nearly made that throw off. But the heart push didn't banish him, but threw off the throw, such that he missed. Tamitha blocked and banished. Otherwise, that could have been very dangerous. Zoxiana, stamina back. Blocked. He goes down, though. Barker goes down. Tamitha for SSE. Oh, hard push nearly did the trick there, but still got banished. Lendl hops over that one. Has enough stamina, and shoulder smashes the defender. But he goes down. Tamitha picks it back up after the throw to get infinite stamina, but can't make it over the sapling. Lendl again. He goes down to Barker. Manly with time, though. Zoxiana. Oh, harp or explosion from Fell Swoop is enough. Oh, and Tamitha makes it in, but there is the rekindling. Lag with one more chance here. Tamitha. So worth noting that it doesn't matter who SSC scores with here, anyone will do the trick. That would have included Barker, but not that time. Lendl. Ooh, mistimed the jump. Was avoiding one of those casts, but then SSE withheld it, then followed up. Oh, and nearly made it in there, but Lag with the last-minute save. Soxiana. Lendl. Back to Soxiana. Soxiana out of stamina here. Over to Lendl. Lag probably would prefer to go with Soxiana here. Probably his most gifted offensive character. Oh, look at that double banishment from Lendl. Everyone is down here. Opportunity for Lag. Hamilton back just in time for SSE, though. Implosion cannot take out Lendl. SSE on the move. Manly blocks. Oh. And gets rid of Tamitha. That's huge. Lendl down. Soxiana gets rid of the defender. Flies around one harp and flies her way in. Dropping SSE down to 40. 2 scores would be what it would take for Lag. Just 1 for SSE. Oh, Barker maneuvers around and makes it in for the win.
Good game.
Well played.
They brushed aside their adversaries without too much trouble. Thus end this night's proceedings.
All right. GG.
Until the next Rite.
Great way to get things started. Good point. Now, we did have the Thrash Pack request, so we'll definitely throw that on now. But let us know if there's anything else that you have in mind for the next Rite, because other than that, we had basically just these two picking whatever teams they wanted. No specific requests for Exiles, Masteries, Talismans, or anything like that. Some Pyre Leech is the next request.
Oh no.
Specifically, with, or at least the request is Talismans. Technically speaking, Nomads can do it with a Mastery as well, so if you want to go all in on the Leech, you could also go with Nomads. Oh, Pineapple following up with an Exile request, okay. Deluge. So you must have Deluge, and you must go with the Leeching Talismans. You have Thrash Pack. Why don't we give this one a shot, then? Triple Worm Pyre Leech? Maybe. It's a little tricky with the worms, because at least one of the talismans leeches based on 50% of the amount of damage you deal. And the worms, although they can score fairly easily because they're quick and mobile, they don't deal a lot of damage by default. So they aren't great for that talisman. But for the one that gives a flat 10 leech, Righteous Flame here, that's not a bad option, and that seems to be the direction that Lag is thinking of going here with Deluge. So that's who Lag's going to lead off with. For SSE, also thinking Deluge first. Though, oh, SSE does not go with the Leech on Deluge, so that means he will need to go Leech Talismans on both of his other characters. But that does, of course, mean he'll have an extremely speedy Worm here. Ooh, and SSE doubling down on the cast masteries, which is not often something we see for the worms. I was talking before about how Nomads do have a mastery that gives them 50% leech. It is the one that's all the way down on the left side, and yes, Lag does take it. Now, does he double up by taking a leech talisman as well, or is this going to be his character that does not have any leech talismans? It looks like he'll just go for the plunging damage, which, you add that with the 50% leech from the mastery from the Nomads, then yeah, that certainly could be worth a lot. Now, okay, like we were saying, SSE at this point does need to go Leeching Talismans on all of his remaining characters, and is thinking about Orlek here. Starts off with 25 damage, and with the 50% leech, that means, I believe it rounds up to 13. Does he go for Brazen Manor to try to get even more damage, which could mean more leech? Yes, he does. More damage, more leech, if he can pull it off, but that is a big if. So SC going with the high risk, high reward route. Or a leech. Okay, now it's going to be Udmilda, who will oftentimes have 30 damage. Could potentially be as low as 25, but still, for the 50% leech talisman, that's certainly a strong candidate. And then, oh, he goes down all the way on the right side for the Crone Salute. Look out. Will that mess with SSE's strategy here at all? Does SSE take something with that in mind? Because that is a hard move to counter. But there are some specific ways to circumvent that strategy. Now, one Crone with that ability is maybe not the biggest of deals. Of course, if you have 3 Crones, then you can basically cheese that ability to make it more or less an automatic win. Have you done both of the Leeching Talismans at this point, SC, or do you still have one remaining?
Oh, alright,
I think you still... Yeah, you still have one remaining. The Righteous Flame all the way on the right side. That one there, yeah. So that's the flat 10 Leech, which is certainly preferable when it comes to... Or between that and the 50% Leech, when you're using that on a worm, since worms at least would normally start out with just 15 damage, and therefore, you know, if you're leeching 50%, you're talking about just leeching 8 versus the flat 10 leech. Obviously, leech is 10, so a little bit better.
Okay.
And here we go. Yes, SSE did go double worm plus Orlek, whereas we saw Deluge, Nomad, namely Headwind, and Udmilda here for lag, and Udmilda does plunge here for 25. She did have one of the leeching talismans, but remember, you can't leech above your starting Pyre life. So that means that lag is still at 100, SSE is at 75 here, and given how much leech we have in this match, no lead is safe. Prepare yourself for potentially some pretty huge comebacks. Now there is SSE setting up a Brazen Manor very preemptively, but in many ways that is what you have to do with it, because it does take a long time, and yes, he does pull it off. 35 damage. Now again, or actually he did have some damage to his Pyre, so he did leech back up to 93 now, so yes, he did also take advantage of the additional leech. I was going to say if he had full Pyre life, then the extra leech wouldn't really do him any good, but gets the extra damage and the extra leech. Unblockable worm throw, but it's short. Udmilda. Deluge. Back to Udmilda. Udmilda, her throw is also unblockable. Is it on target, though? No, it's a little bit off to the side. One worm down. But Deluge with the orb here for SSE hops over the defender and throws that one in. I believe, yes, Deluge is the one character who SSE does not have any leash with. So technically speaking, does mean that Deluge is the character that SSE would least like to score with. Whereas I believe that the way that lag has set everyone up, every character has at least some leech. Because the one that does not have a leeching talisman, I believe, was Headwind there, who has the leeching nomad ability. Orlek definitely the preferred character to score with, though. Press C in particular, if he gets Brazen Manor off, which he did do, and did make it in. 35 damage plunge, and the leech should bring it back up to 100 here. So we saw lag scored first. Like we said, the leech means anything could happen here. And that means can't rule lag out here either. Couple scores and suddenly he could be right back in it. Edwin versus Gilman here. Gilman with infinite stamina. No, he goes down. Deluge down as well, but now we get some worm strats here. Oh, the throw is a little bit short. Gilman down, but here comes Deluge. SC throwing the worms at the Pyre. And the throw is 1 point short. Lag still has a chance. Can he leech it back? Can he pull it off? He makes it in. That means 10 leech for lag in addition to the 15 damage. He's on 11 now. Still means that any full damage plunge or throw would eliminate him. But one of those abbreviated throws, and maybe there's a chance. It's Orlek here, who has Brazen Manor active, no less. Gets shoulder smashed. Headwind, looking to get some friends back. Has Udmilda now. Udmilda with an opening, perhaps. She gets blocked. Oh, look at that! Deluge was ready, but the throw is off! Opportunity here for lag. SSC back to defend with Gilman. Does so. Udmilda. She gets blocked again. Free orb.
Ouch.
Oh, Orlek comes back and banishes Udmilda. Lag with just one defender back. SSC sets up the Brazen Manor. Here comes Orlek. Knocks back, headwind! And makes it in for the winning plunge.
That was stupid. I apologize.
GG.
Good game.
Okay.
Is ended.
If there's one thing those Leeching Talismans are good for, it is some drama.
Till the stars align.
You never quite know what's going to happen. Alright, so we had our Thrash back. So let's go back to the basics unless anyone has any other song requests. Let us know masteries, talismans, exiles wise. So that one was, what, Deluge plus Leeching Talismans. Path to Glory? Okay. So we got our song. Exiles from Anor? Okay. Yeah, gotta love yourself some drama, right? In honor of Arumi, didn't Arumi just say he was stepping away for a minute? 3 imps on the book. Oh,
Oh no.
we've definitely seen 3 imps many times before, but almost never on the book. I feel like, I mean, usually it's Isle of Kalamer, right? But the book being one of the smallest arenas does make that very tough because imps are so strong defensively, and if you have a small arena, they can already cover so much ground. That's going to be difficult, but we'll see what these two have in mind. Is there a way to make it through what will be very strong defensive teams? Very volatile, indeed.
The chastity shall take on the accusers. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
Okay, so lag. Leading off with Tizo. And you do wonder how the setups are going to differ between lag and SSC here. Because any way to just eke out a little bit of extra offense could be a crucial difference maker here. The defense, you know it's going to be strong. How do you find a way through to score? SSC going with the chance to come back from banishment instantly. Saw a lot of people use this talisman in the tournament recently, although in previous Rite Nights it had not been something that we saw people take all that often, but it does seem as though it's making a bit of a resurgence. Arumi, you left, and in that brief time in which you were gone, this rite somehow came dedicated to you. 3 imps in the Book of Rites with extra presence. Oh my goodness. I was talking about going with offensive strats, and here's lag going with defensive strats. Humongous imp aura there. Now, the Lanthorn is usually the go-to talisman for imps. Generally, that would be on a team in which you have 1, maybe 2 imps, but for an all-imp team, may not be quite as much of a standout choice. Okay, now here is the offensive talisman that perhaps we were expecting to see. It's on Messenger Imp here, the quick throwing talisman, so bear that in mind. It means that when it comes to which exile to score with, lag definitely would prefer Messenger Imp above all other imps. Amanda says Messenger Imp is the way to go, the best imp. Rumi and Anor, they're saying Tizo. here is Raji for SSC, and going with the extra hope for the quicker respawn time. Now that is one thing to consider for these imps, is that they implode, and they cover so much ground when they do implode, that we're gonna see, I think, fairly often, most, if not at times all, of their characters being banished. That might lead to some opportunities to score on some undefended Pyres, and that does seem like that might have been SSC's thought here, going with the quicker respawn time, and then the other worm that can, or the other imp that can come back 60% of the time instantly from banishment. Those portals will also be key, trying to set up for quick scores. But here is exactly that situation we were saying we might have found. SSE throwing the orb in on an undefended Pyre. Ooh, and look at that. Lag. Maneuvering around some of the defenders and sneaks in a throw. Just 8 damage there. Cut a little bit short, so that means that SSE still in the lead here, but Lag with something to say. Does have that portal, like we were saying. Oh, and throw intercepted, and then implosions abound.
Oh no.
Lag was first to come back from banishment, but SSE was closer to the orb. And there is the large aura imp that Lag took, and that allowed him to banish 1 or 2 extra imps there without going down himself. That is the advantage of that. Oh, and look at that. SSE turning into Howler momentarily. Tend not to see people take that mastery. Oh, and Lag looking to sink in a throw there. That was Messenger Imp, who I believe we were saying was the quick throwing imp. Oh, and no one here for SSE to defend. That means this time it's Lag who throws the orb in on an undefended Pyre, and with that, Lag taking the lead. Raji. Oh, look at this. Lag with a classic 2-pronged approach. SSE doesn't know which side to defend, and Lag able to sneak in a 25 damage throw. That is the other thing to bear in mind. There is that imp mastery that increases the imp damage from 15 to 25. SSE throws in on an undefended Pyre for 15 damage, but that's the thing. It's going to be hard to score. So getting in a little bit of extra damage here and there when possible, scoring for 25 rather than just 15, could also make a bit of a difference. Here's another one from SSC. And with that, we are awfully close. Technically the slimmest of leads for Lag here. Throw intercepted. Oh, but look at that. Lag banishes everyone. SSE coming back just in time to intercept. Goes through the portal, but the portal ends up right next to Lag. So Lag banishes and nearly makes it around the defender, but SSE can defend. Look at that. That's the big aura that Lag has, able to banish the would-have-been defender. Throw intercepted, but again, Lag with that big aura banishes everyone, and that has been already a difference maker for him. SSE sees the portal, but realizes that that's right where Lag is hanging out, but he can fly through it, and that means that he can at least temporarily avoid the defender. Look at that. Explosions bound. But again, 25 damage throw from Lag relative to the 15 that, at least up to this point, we've seen SSE score with. Not sure that SSE has any 25 damage imps. Does make it a little bit tougher for SSE to score in bigger chunks, like Lag. Lag caught in a corner there, nowhere to go. But has someone back in time to defend and banish. Oh, but look at that, SSE going through the portal and banishing Lag very aggressively. But Lag has escaped that loop. The throw is off. But perhaps just to get out of that bind that Lag was finding himself in previously, that might be victory enough. Here's SSE. Did take infinite stamina on Tizo. And huge explosion there. Everyone on Lag side is down. Opportunity here for SSE. But again, it's just a 15 damage throw, which does slow SSE down a bit.
No.
So SSE still trying to catch up here.
No.
But Lag defenseless once more. Tizo back in 1. Is he quick enough? Yes, he is. Escapes. And Tizo has infinite stamina here for Lag. He goes down. The throw from Lag for full 25 drops SSE down to just 2. one more of those, and Lag would have it. Tizo tried to pass it over just as he was getting banished, but wasn't quick enough. Goes down, and now no one back to defend here for Lag. Messenger Imp is back. Stops Tizo. Raji gets rid of one player on Lag's side. Lag waiting for someone to come back to help Tizo. And remember, Messenger Imp is the quick thrower, and he has the 25 damage. Not that that's terribly necessary here. It's the quick throw that's going to be most meaningful. Because just about any score would do it, but SSE with the defensive play there. But does plunge, and I do not believe SSE has prayer bead, so that might have been a mistake there. Yes, now SSE down to at most 2 imps, so all the more straightforward for Lag to banish everyone on SSE's side. However, SSE follows up with another plunge here. Again, means that he's now down to, at best, 2 imps, but one score would do it for either character, either player at this point.
No.
No one back to defend here for Lag.
No.
Messenger Imp back in 1.
No.
Oh, but he steps away from Messenger Imp, and SSE plunges for the comeback victory.
Say they managed to avoid defeat.
Good game.
Well played.
Loss
It was
ends
intense.
this night's proceedings.
Yeah.
Those portal plays, they're big. They're huge.
Until the next
From 2 HP. Don't ever count them out. Okay, chat, let us know if there's anything you want to see for the next one. Otherwise, they'll set us back to our defaults. So that was all imps and the book. Anything in particular for this one, or do we just want these two to go with whatever they'd like to have for their teams? Ooh, okay. Choose one character who will not have any talents.
Oh.
So that means that you'll have 2 characters that are perfectly normal, but one character in particular will not have anything. No masteries, I should specify. So how will you plan around that? That one might be best as the only request for this right, because that one I think takes a lot of brain power and a lot of planning. Oh, hold on, one more though. And only the exile that does not have any masteries can have a talisman. Everyone else doesn't have talisman. So basically that means you'll have 2 characters that have all their masteries, but no talismans. You'll have 1 character with no, which one did I say? 2 of them have masteries and no talisman. 1 of them has no masteries, but a talisman. There we go. And Will describes.
Oh. Right.
Lag maybe already has an idea here. Oh, I hear imps. It's the Isle of Caliber. We were talking about how oftentimes that was where we've seen the all imp rites previously, but now it's one late. Okay, so let's see. Lag. Thinking about Rookie here. Will this be a talisman exile or will this be a mastery exile? He's hovering over the masteries, which would suggest maybe he's thinking Rookie
Wait,
will have
but
masteries.
and we have 1 talisman exile and 2 mastery exiles, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
1 with a talisman, 2 with masteries. Exactly, Imp Right to Imp Arena. So yes, it's Rookie has masteries. And it's definitely going to be important for these two to remember which characters are set up in what way. If you're running around expecting for your curves to have triple jumps and extra speed, and they just don't have it, then that's a pretty dramatic difference. And SSE is going the Masteries route with Messenger Imp here. So maybe SSE will stick with it, going with all imps on the Imp Arena, who knows? At least that's how he starts. Second one here for Lag. Went with the curve first, and Mastery. So this time, could be either one. Could be his second Mastery character or his Talisman character. Looks like it'll be Bertrude with the quick throwing Talisman. Those throws are unblockable. So that's probably the idea there from Lag. Is that in and of itself makes Bertrude threatening, even if she doesn't have any Masteries. Now this will be the second Masteries exile from SSC. So that means last one for SSC will be the Talisman exile. This will be a Mastery exile here for Lag. Used a Cur last time and is using a Cur this time as well. So Lag is mastering it up with the Curs and the quick throw Talisman on the Crones. Now, Talisman for Orlek, but no Masteries, which is an interesting choice, because Orlek does, of course, already have very good stats, but being able to bring him back after plunging is big. And there's Rookie leading off with a plunge there, but, of course, obviously, no prayer beads. He doesn't have any talismans because he went the Masteries route, so that means that Lag is permanently down one character, and at least for a minute there was defenseless, but Barker comes back to, well, block Orlek for a second, but then gets banished by Orlek's humongous aura, and Orlek turns around and plunges, and he does have prayer beads. Rookie down for Lag. Milda and Messenger Imp take each other out, or rather Bertrude and Messenger Imp take each other out. Here's Orlek. Oh, look at that double banishment there for SSE, clearing the way perhaps. Gets stuck a little bit on the Imp. Might have given, yes, as just enough time for Lag Machine to intercept SSE's throw. Once again, Lag defenseless here needs 4 seconds to return. And that means plenty of time for SSE to plunge with Orlek. And he has prayer beads, so that's the player that he'd most like to score with. SSE scoops it up. Banishes 2, just Rookie here for Lag, but Rookie goes down and he's defenseless once more. SSE opting to throw with Messenger Imp. That means 15 damage here, which means it'll take at least 2 scores for SSE to finish things here. Whereas Lag still a ways to go, has scored once with Rookie. Now it's Barker. He plunges for another 20 damage, but again, those Curs, they have Masteries, no Talismans, so that means no Prayer Beads, and therefore, Barker will be gone for this series. Rookie making a move, but he's out of stamina now. Gets some back, but it's not enough to avoid banishment there. Orlek corners Bertrude, takes her out. Rookie back in 2. But that's not fast enough. Orlek plunges. And one more of those would do the trick here for SSE. Seemed like those two collided, but at least initially, no one banished there. Free orb for the taking, and SSE guarding it. Rookie picks it up, though. Uses his stamina to retreat. But now cornered, and the orb right next to the Pyre gets Barker back just in time to defend. Orlek comes through the portal, takes out Barker. Bertrude gets rid of Orlek. Oh, and goes down. Rookie to Barker with some space here. Plunges for 20. Drops SSE down to 40. 2 scores and Lag would have it. So at this point, things getting a little bit closer. Of course, SSE just needs 1. But Lag isn't going down without a fight, except down goes his only 2 defenders. Oh no, and SSE knows it. The BM is off the charts. And he takes it with Orlek. GG.
Good game.
All right.
Until the stars align.
So there was our some exiles have masteries, some exiles have talismans, right? And interesting to see the different approaches that our 2 players opted to take there. But let us know if there's anything else in particular that you have in mind. I think the one that shows at the end is always the one that does the finishing score. I'm pretty sure that's always the case.
Yeah, I think it is the one who does the final score.
So like it was Orlek there, right? And he was the one that scored last for SSE. Which, I mean, if they have been the one that's been your primary score, then oftentimes you maybe could make the case that they're also your MVP, but I think that's more correlation, not causation. But not seeing any requests here from chat, at least not yet. So maybe we're in for just a normal right. No, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. The boat. Anything. Anything but a normal right when we're on the boat. Ahem. My apologies. My apologies. Anything else to go along with the boat, or is that crazy enough? And also exiles. Honor says demons, but no Orlek. Yeah, demons on the boat. If you're looking to maximize the jumping capabilities, can be pretty crazy. So we'll see if anyone takes flight.
I was fully intending to do that anyway.
Nice. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. All right. Let's do it.
Here we go. Oh.
The chastity versus the accusers. Welcome.
So, all demons, not including Orlek, means we know exactly who they're going to take. But how will they set themselves up from a masteries and talisman standpoint? That's the real question. Lag is leading off with a speedy Jodariel. And it'll be Jody first for SSC as well. Oh, well. We see the ring. You have our attention. Goes with the presence. Also be interesting to see how much of the additional starting Pyre life these two opt to take, because you do go extra Pyre life for every single demon, then that adds up quite a bit. The lag also going for the presence here as well. Goes down for the greater banishment. 30% increased banishment time for anyone that Vizpalep takes out. Oh, and goes with the webbed lanthorn, so it does look like, at least theoretically, Lag would like to make Vizpalep his most defensive character. But we saw one ring on Jody. Here comes the second for Ignarius. I'm sure that will make Jack go crazy. All on the left side, so that means he has Brazen Manor and Celestial Spike, so he can banish with the throws, and if he gets a taunt off, he will deal extra damage. Oh, but look at this. This, I suspect, may be the quote-unquote meta-demon setup here, incoming from Lag. Goes with Celestial Spike, which is not normally, I don't think, the mastery that you see people take on their way over to Celestial Spike at the bottom there, but the quick throwing talisman means that can banish with the throws, and those throws are particularly fast. So it could turn Iggy into a one-man wrecking machine. And what does SSC have to say about that? Also takes Web Lanthorn, also on Vizpalep. I appreciate you making it easier for me by putting the same talisman on the same character. Now I don't have to remember whose Vizpalep is set up how. And also goes all the way down on the right side. And there are already some of our big jumps. But SSC went for double rings, which means that SSC will have infinite stamina at the beginning of every series for both Jody and for Ignarius, as well as minor stat boosts as well. But that is one thing to note, is that does mean that at the very beginning, definitely advantage SSC, although Lag gets in here for 30 damage plunge with Vizpalep, who was, in theory, the defensive character. But the thing is, if Lag can hold out long enough that the infinite stamina period expires for SSC, then suddenly SSC has some talismans that aren't doing much anymore. There's the banishing throws from Vizpalep, although misses the mark, and then SSC scoops it up. But banished here. Iggy can banish with that throw, and does just that. And that is another thing that is notable with the demons, is that they have low hope, which means they take a long time to come back from banishment. So you can certainly free up some opportunities by banishing many of the opponent's characters. That is one of the best ways to buy yourself enough time to get those demons over, because they do take a long time to walk. Not usually the quickest of characters, but doesn't stop SSC here, and in many ways, in particular on the boat, much more effective than walking is jumping over those patches of water, because the boat magic will take hold, and at that point, anything could happen. Speaking of which, well, for a minute there, it looked like the one time in which nothing was going to happen with a demon on the boat, but Jody stuck in a corner, then she took flight a little bit after that. But here comes the Brazen Manor on Ignarius for SSC, so he has extra damage, at least, while that swirling is going around him. But he gets blocked and banished now. Now it's Ignarius for Lag, who also has Brazen Manor, I do believe. He gets blocked and banished. Jody scoops it up for Lag, gives it up to Viz Paleth. Jody down, just Viz Paleth here, which is a risk for Lag, because if she does go down, then suddenly Lag could find himself defenseless, but remember, Viz Paleth has the Web Lanthorn, so now Lag at full strength. And Jody plunged for SSC, and she did not have prayer beads. That means now Lag finds himself with no one to stop him. Has time for a Brazen Manor. Oh, that's cut a little bit short, perhaps. 17, but still gets off the throw. Of course, a normal throw would be 30 damage. 40 if he did get a Brazen Manor off, and he did try to squeeze in the Brazen Manor, but if that meant that he had to go from 30 down to 17 damage, then perhaps it didn't pay off. There is a 30 damage plunge from Ignarius. Press C this time. Oh, Jody actually looked like she was going down there, but she banishes one of Lag's characters, then goes down. Jody making moves for Lag. Tent number 2, blocked. And now it's Viz Paleth. Gives it up to Ignarius, who, generally speaking, would likely be the preferred character to attack with for Lag, for the reason we're seeing right here. He can banish with throws. She did once, but then Jody got rid of him here and picks up the orb and makes him move toward the Pyre, but she gets blocked and drops the orb. Gets rid of the other Jody, though. So SSC with an aggressively placed Jodariel here.
Oh no.
And now no one for Lag to defend. So SSC picks it up with Viz Paleth, gives it up to Jody. Hops over one defender, and makes it in for a 30 damage plunge. That drops Lag to 45 here, which means SSC has now taken the lead. And SSC with a preemptive Brazen Manor here, active now for Ignarius. But I believe that was perhaps early enough that no time to make that happen, especially if Ignarius gets banished here, and now Lag perhaps with time, although Viz Paleth is coming back. But this time, enough time to get the full 40 damage off, even after doing the Brazen Manor taunt. But look at that. Quick score for SSC, and we are looking at a one-score game here. Technically speaking, the slightest of leads for Lag, but that doesn't mean much here when any plunge or throw would be for 30 damage.
Aye.
Look at how close that one was. Ignarius. Only one defender here for SSC. Now that is perhaps the biggest risk here for SSC, is that he did plunge and therefore is at best at 2 characters. So potential numbers advantage in terms of characters for Lag Machine. And look at that double banishment there for SSC. So just Ignarius back to defend. And Jody taking flight. Oh, and she sneaks in for the win. Just under Ignarius. Well played.
Well, good game.
These always end up so close,
Yeah.
Is complete.
especially
No.
recently looking at this.
All the better for it.
Until the next Rite.
And thanks for stopping by, Rooney.
Hmm.
All right, checking in real quick for Lag and SC. How are you two feeling? Either you looking to swap out now, or are you good to keep on going?
Hmm. I can swap out if anyone else wants to join.
Yeah, we have someone in chat who wants to join.
Okay. Why don't we make a switch in that case? Lag, if you're up for it. Or well, I guess SSC just check in with you. Are you good to stick around if
Yeah.
we swap out Lag here? Okay. So why don't we get Lag? Have a
I'll
little bit of a
put
break
myself
here,
out.
and we'll get.
Okay.
Is this Amanda in? Yeah, Amanda. Okay, perfect.
Upstairs.
So, I believe Lag has already booted himself. Thank you, Lag. Let me get an invitation out to Amanda here. Okay. Invite sent to you, Amanda. Let me throw your name on here as well. So you'll be player 1. And Amanda, remind me, you're the Fate? Is that correct?
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi
Oh,
there.
I'm getting spinning wheel of death. Hold on. Hold on. It appears to have gone. I think we're still good. Okay, great. Amanda, you want to go with the Fate? Is that correct?
Yeah, please.
Okay, perfect. Okay,
I'm not
I've
getting
got
the
your-
screen current. Oh yeah, that's better.
There we go. Yep. Got you set up here. Let's just give you the Fate here as well, and we'll head on back over to a default or random arena unless chat has any other ideas. Spinning Wheel of Death. Are you unfamiliar with the blue circle of death? The typical icon you see whenever a program is about to crash?
Oh, that circle.
I saw it on the streaming software momentarily there, but then I tabbed back over to Pyre and it went away, but I think we're good.
Nice.
Any specific requests here from chat, or are we thinking, nah, let's give Amanda a second to warm up here? Don't throw anything crazy out just yet. I don't know, you guys have been pretty aggressive today with the requests. I mean, that's great. I'd love to see it. As whether Amanda's ready for that, though, that remains to be seen.
I'm always ready.
Amanda says always ready. All right, so chat, you've got the green light.
Okay, maybe not that green.
Got like a yellowish green light.
Like a solid orange.
Well, at least for now, not seen anything, so Amanda, you may be off the hook.
Nice.
Alright, let's get started then. And that means that SSE Amanda, you're free to take whatever you'd like. And I believe you two were playing each other, was that last week? You two have played each other before, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome.
Well, Lag is... Hold on just a second here. Lag is doing an exile request. We theoretically have time to sneak this one in. Lag, of course, was just in, and maybe feeling like he's in for a bit of revenge here.
Oh no.
Oh, Lag says pick whatever you'd like.
Nice.
It's an exile's request, but he says take whatever you want. How very kind. Amanda going with, well, I believe it was Amanda who gave us that leech request, which may not be a coincidence because we're seeing Dalbert with the leeching talisman, or at least one of those leeching talismans here. And now, ooh, SSC. Going with the banishing throws on Gilman. Those throws are unblockable, but they do take a long time to land. Worms kind of just lob them straight up into the air. SSC once again doubling up on the casting masteries there. Second character looks like it'll be Messenger Imp here for Amanda, and going with the Lanthorn. Always a strong choice on the Imps. Bring someone back whenever Messenger Imp can banish someone.
Messenger Imp.
And I feel like we might be seeing a bit of a theme here. This would, of course, be SSE's second worm.
Is Bottle Void allowed? Can we just do it casually?
Of course.
Yeah, I know it wasn't in a tournament, but
Was it banned in the tournament?
No, I think we meme about it a lot because generally considered one of the worst talismans. But if you're up to give it a shot.
yeah, I was just choosing out of curiosity because I've never used it before.
There are some nifty ways to use it creatively.
Hmm.
So I think it has a lot more potential than people give it credit for, but it is certainly gimmicky. It is very gimmicky. It's just a matter of, can you find a way to take advantage of that gimmick rather than just have it be some weird, odd, coincidental occurrence that happens once in a rite and may not make much of a difference at all.
Hate to
think
say
it
it,
would-
but it's not an all-worm team.
Okay, so it will be occur here in the last spot. SC says, nah, not quite all worms.
Wouldn't Bottled Void work very well with like a Nomad who can step on the torture to revive someone?
Could work well with a Nomad for that reason. Also, maybe Imps that can explode and come back quickly from implosion. There are definitely some creative ways to make it happen. We just haven't seen too many people experiment with it. That's Amanda with the first score here. Dalbert with the 20 damage plunge. Now, no prayer beads means he's not coming back, but remember, that throw will banish, and it does just that here. Oh, and SSE banishing with the worm again, and this time throws it in for 15 damage. Making this one a 1 score apiece side. Of course, Amanda had a 20 damage plunge versus SSE's 15 damage throw. Amanda sidesteps the cast there, but SSE throws in another unblockable throw. And with that, takes a slim lead. Dalbert sees an opening, and nearly makes it in there, but SSE with the last minute save. Banishes one would-be defender. Gives it up to Gilman. Vanishing throw takes one out, but Amanda's still with it here. Dalbert stamina back, but he goes down. Stowaway throw makes it in for 20 damage. And with that, that means that now Amanda has taken the lead. Back and forth between these two. There's the Web Lanthorn taking effect on Messenger Imp. Goes down though. Opportunity here for Barker, but Dalbert cleans that up. Amanda with the portal, thinking about it, does go through. Runs out of stamina. Gets some back just in time to avoid that cast. But not that time. Stowaway. She goes down. Trade, or seemingly a trade there, although I think that's Amanda who ultimately came out ahead. SSE hops over the cast. That throw makes it in for 12 this time. Cut it a little bit short. But that means a slight lead now, the slightest of leads for SSE. Dalbert. Oh, has just enough left in the tank to go for a double jump there into the Pyre for 20 damage, and Amanda retakes the lead. And remember, I do believe that Dalbert has that leeching talisman, so Amanda getting some life back when she does that. Barker plunges for 20, so trading some scores here, but Amanda with an 8-point lead still. This one remains close. Yet to see anyone take a multiple score lead, at least it would seem, perhaps until now. But SSE nearly got the throw off that time, just waited a little bit too long and landed in the defending aura. Oh, and Amanda sneaks in for the 20 damage plunge for the win. GG.
Good game.
The rite is done.
How does one banish with worms? It's tough, but we did see that SSE on a couple occasions today, I think already, has been focusing on taking the both of the worm casting masteries, which you don't often see, but that will certainly help. In chat, let us know if you have anything in mind for this one now. We initially thought that was going to be one in which perhaps we were going to have both players just take whatever they felt like taking, but we did get, well, I suppose technically it was an Exiles request. Then again, it was an Exiles request that said take whatever you want, so, you know, little bit of blurring the line between is that a request, is that not? But let us know if you have anything in mind for this one. Okay, Thrash back. Definitely. From Amanda as well. And Norris going Exiles. What will those Exiles be? Two worms, one demon. A lot of worms today. Can't say I'm complaining. It's quite alright with me, but it is a lot of worms. Perhaps all the better for it. Alright, and will that be all? Or do we have anything else in mind? Looking like that'll be it. So why don't we hop in?
The fate shall confront the accusers.
They're good worms.
Who shall conduct?
Oh, okay, hold on. Clarifying question. Does Orlek count as one of the demons? Is Orlek allowed? Or is it only the Jodariel, the normal demons, Jodariel, Ignarius, and Vizpaleth? Honora says yes, Orlek is allowed. Okay, so you're good to go. If you want to take Orlek, you can take Orlek as your demon. That's fine. See if SSC opts to go that route as well. Well, he may, but at least for now, I was thinking that perhaps a worm first might be best. And experimented a bit with the talismans last time round, but will they be in for more experimentation here, or will they go back to more of the tried and true methods? Goes with the legendary worm talisman, which you don't see too often.
Sir Gilman.
But locks in here. Now, of course, Amanda will have the two worms remaining here and goes for Vengeful Vow, it would seem, which is usually one of, if not perhaps the most often used talisman when it comes to pairing them up with worms. Just interested to see who can banish demons with worms. It's a good question. I think Vengeful Vow, if we see both players go that route, could certainly be a good way to set that up. Otherwise, that is true. You're talking a teeny tiny aura against one of the largest, especially if we're talking Orlek. Can't even get close enough. Can you get close enough with Vengeful Vow? Even explode on them? Well, here is the second worm for Amanda. And this time thinking Typhoon Bottle. Perhaps, maybe the Lanthorn? Now things are moving around. Where'd the Typhoon Bottle go?
Out of curiosity, does the web lanthorn stack with the other worm mastery, which resurrects
That's
alive?
a good question. I am not sure.
Let's find out.
Choose someone.
We'll test it. If you don't have Vengeful Vow, at least it'd be very tough to banish. That's true. Okay, now we see the demon for SSE, and it looks like SSE is not going for Orlek. Instead, sticking with Jody, going with the extra speed. And looking like not going to go down to Celestial Spike. No, instead, sticks to the right side. For the extra presence, here is Orlek with that big cast and takes out Jody. And that means that SSE is now with just worms to defend with, and are they capable of banishing those demons? Not this time, at least. Amanda plunging with Orlek. And Amanda scooping up the orb. Now, demons blocking worms. I think that one's pretty well established. That can certainly happen. It's the other way around that we're perhaps most interested to see. Jody against Orlek here. Blocked, banished. Picks up the orb. Can she make it in? Yes, she can. 30 damage plunge, though Amanda did take the additional 35 starting Pyre life, so even now we see Amanda at above 100 Pyre life and still holding on to a lead. Not to mention Orlek plunges for 25, whereas Jody plunges for 30. That Titan Tooth there, stunning Amanda, and giving time for SSE to banish a demon with a worm. That throw, does it have enough on it? It's a little bit short. And the orb would have landed on Amanda's Pyre, but because it can't just randomly do that, it bounces out and gives Amanda a chance here to plunge for 15. So Amanda extending that lead, and Orlek is back. But he's gone now. Infinite stamina for Gilman, but he's blocked, or rather Deluge, he's blocked. Jody again has the high damage and has time to throw. So 30 damage, and also means that now SSE will keep Jody in this series. And without prayer beats, that is significant. Orlek. Treats. Bring around the Rosie with Jody, but eventually Jody catches him. Caught Lady River as well. Gets the orb, but look at that. Another instance of a worm banishing a demon. It is possible. We've seen it twice now. And I believe on both occasions that was without Vengeful Vow. Pass from Jody just a little bit short from taking out Orlek. Knocks back the defenders. And SSE goes for the plunge for 30. And with that, now takes the lead. But this is the risk now. Without any Jody, the question of how does SSE defend, and tough to stop Orlek with just worms. And that means that now Amanda retakes the lead. Oh, look at that. Orlek looked like he snuck under the jump from Jody, but then Jody came back round and took him out. And Amanda stopped Jody here. She's been SSE's greatest weapon thus far. Plunges again for another 30. One more of those, or even a score from the worms, would be enough to take out Amanda here. Amanda looking at needing at least 2 scores to get the job done. Might even be 3 if it's 100% worms that do it. Oh, SSE with the unblockable worm throw, but he cuts it short. Amanda hanging on by 2 Pyre life, another unblockable throw. That one is short as well. Off the mark, Amanda with still some time perhaps. Can she get the job done? Deluge! And that throw makes it for the win. Well played, GG.
I had Stunning Claim. I always forget when I took that. I never used it.
Always forget your what?
I had Stunning Claim.
Oh, Stunning Claim. Yes.
Yeah.
Good night, Pineapple. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I don't know. I still so rarely, if ever, end up using it, but I mean, there are times, I suppose.
Yeah, it must have a ton of utility, like especially if somebody's about to dunk, about to dive. I mean,
Does it work if, say, your opponent has the orb and is in mid-jump? Like, say, Amanda has the orb and is about to leap into the pyre with Orlek, is, like, halfway in the air, about to make it happen. If you stunning claim, does Orlek just, like, stop mid-flight and immediately drop straight down, or does his momentum take him into the pyre?
That's the stun everyone ability, right?
Yeah. Do you know if Orlek would make it in that situation?
No.
I believe they keep moving, but they can't actually score while they're stunned.
Wow.
It's strange.
So would Orlek basically be standing on the pyre with the orb, stunned, and unable to technically score, and only one stunning claim ends? Would he be able to do so?
Yeah, if I recall correctly, that's what happens.
Interesting. Very
The
interesting.
strategy is to use it when one of your triumphants thing is respawning, right? So
Yeah.
they're not stunned, but the rest is.
Yeah, like if you think, especially in that right, where you had some worms that come back relatively quickly from banishment, but then especially demons like Orlek for sure. You know, if you just need to wait a little bit longer to get one of those demons back to defend, then you can use Stunning Claim. Give yourself another 3 seconds, and hopefully by then, one of your demons will come back and you have a better defender.
Yeah, but I mean also like if there's only 1 second left until Orlek respawns and you use stunning claim then everyone is stunned except for the demon who then has 2 seconds of everyone being stunned. So maybe.
Oh, yes. I think so. I think that works that way as well. That
Yeah,
person
yeah,
who comes back is not stunned, unlike everyone else.
It's so niche.
Yeah, it's really tough to pull it off, but
Yeah.
in those scenarios, it can be a good difference maker.
I find it's most useful when you caught out without any stamina, which is a fairly common.
Ah, I didn't
Because
think of it
stamina
that way.
can regen, right?
Yeah, does your stamina come back during Stunning Claim?
Yeah, it does.
It does? Oh,
Okay.
that's also a use for it. Yeah. Well, chat, let us know if there's anything else you want to see. I mean, we've had a lot of worms thus far, but then again, if you want to see us continue to experiment with things like Stunning Claim, then perhaps more worms in store. SSC's like, when am I not going to be using worms?
I am kind of tempted at this point to like put in my own request for all worms August claim.
Oh no, I think we've had enough worms, don't you?
Never enough worms. But then again, you know, we were kind of saying that maybe it works best when you have some worms, but then some other characters that take longer to come back from banishment, like the demons. So in many ways, I think the previous rite that we just had is a good example of a good setup for testing out Stunning Claim. Look at that. Amanda says, all right. No worms. No worms. Absolutely forbidden.
Okay.
Not this time, I'm afraid. Anything else, or will that be it? Chat may just be through with us theorizing about the best way to use worms and Stunning Claim together. At least, certainly, that seems to be what Amanda's thinking. So, why don't we get this one started?
The fate shall take on the accusers. Welcome.
Okay, so the only request
Who shall
is no
conduct
worms.
the rites?
Other than that, you're free to take whatever you'd like. And Amanda, going back to using the Leashing Delbert, who Amanda did use with great success. I believe that was in the first, right?
Yeah.
I think if I can't pick worms, I'm gonna pick all big worms.
SSE with a protest right here. Just, how dare you take away my worms? I can't do worms, I'll do snake ladies.
I'll go worms with 4 legs then.
What? What's a worm with 4 legs?
Occur, they're just as fast.
Oh man, now this is reminding me. This is reminding me of the game I was playing yesterday, which may not mean anything to you all, but I know it does to SSC. We'll find a way to make a worm with 4 legs.
Yeah.
An impossible creature, if you will.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah. I caught a bit of that stream.
I don't know, if you think about it, crones basically are just big worms. They're very fast, they have unblockable throws, they're good at jumping. And they have trail auras, like, slightly.
Yeah, there are a lot of similarities.
They're distantly related.
In the genealogy of the various downsized classes or species, yeah, they're probably, at least between those two, they are the most related. You know, don't know who else would be closely related to worms, if not the crones. Not really anyone who comes anywhere near them, I wouldn't think. I mean, saps are kind of already in their own category, very different from everyone else.
It's all four-legged worms.
It does look like that'll be the case. And Amanda going with the starting Pyre Life, or additional starting Pyre Life. Which actually can be a little bit dangerous against crones specifically, because crones do have, as the first mastery on either side of their tree, additional 5 damage when they do not have the same Pyre Life as their opponent. Now, normally that would be in the beginning of the rite. You're going to be tied, so that's not going to activate. So somebody needs to score before that will start taking effect, but even if Amanda takes additional starting Pyre Life, it does, in some ways, buff SSC. Ever so slightly for the first series.
No, it's only good if I take more damage. That means I can leech more back up.
Well, that's true. It is a good way to set up the leech. Higher threshold for Amanda to get back up to, because you cannot leech beyond your starting Pyre Life. I see. So here is Big Worm number 3. And with the Fairy Spirit, another talisman that we very rarely see. SSC getting very experimental on us.
How good would Triple Demon with max Pyre HP and max Leech be? That sounds fun.
We've definitely done the maximum Pyre Life. I'm not sure if we've ever combined that with the Leech. Two crones down, and they take a long time to come back from banishment. That is certainly one advantage that Amanda has here, is the curs comparatively come back far more quickly. So Amanda can be much more aggressive with those curs, whereas if SSC loses one of the crones, it'll be a while till they start coming back. It has infinite stamina when he picks up those little globules that drop from the Fairy Spirit and rides one of those into the Pyre for 35 damage plunge, and follows that up with a 25 damage plunge here. And look at that, goes with the Crone Salute, turning everyone on Amanda's side into a Howler. They cannot defend, they have no auras. That means time for SSC to throw this one in for basically a free score. One crone, two crone, 3 crones down here, or rather curs I should say. Crones undefended for another throw here, 30 damage, and does its throw. Keep all of SSC's characters in play. Amanda with Barker plunges for 20 here, and remember, did have a lot of leeching ability, but I don't believe Barker was one of those curs. I believe Dalbert was the primary one. And so, oh, that throw is unblockable, and it makes it in for the win.
The accusers prevail. And what a crushing victory it was. The rite is complete.
I think all crones is generally good against all curs.
Yeah, I didn't feel like I had a chance there. That was really well played.
Until the next
Yeah, the crones are surprisingly fast, so I think they can match the curs pretty well in that regard. think the biggest weakness is that when those crones do go down, the curs come back so much more quickly from banishment that if you can find a way to regularly banish those crones, you might get some free scores.
Yeah, but
That's easier said than done.
the defensive power of the crones with their wide banishment thingy thing is also really strong.
Yeah, like banishing with a cur is not that straightforward.
Pure
So-
great defensively, yeah.
That's tough. When SSE is choosing exiles here, oh man. We denied SSE the worms last time.
Are we gonna work?
No, I'm sorry to say there's not going to be any worms this game either.
Okay.
We're just gonna pick the same teams as last time, but swapped around.
Ah, okay. So that means all crones for Amanda, all curs for SSE.
Can I change the masteries and the items?
Yeah, I only picked exiles.
Okay, nice. I have no
Alright.
idea what you picked. I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't say I remember that well either. So, all right, let's give this one a shot then. Again, that will be all crones for Amanda, all curs
Stats, right?
for SSE.
The fate
I
shall now
think they do all have the same stats.
the accusers.
Yeah, there's no like Oralek-esque crone with different statistics or anything like that. They're all the same. And we're on the book, which is very small. And we were saying this is a tough matchup,
Gosh.
but of all the arenas that could benefit the curs, I feel like this could be top of the list. Also fitting that Amanda, against a team of all curs, is using the cur fang. Mutiny! And then maybe decides, tell you what, maybe I'll go a different route here, and this time goes with the Leech instead. Has certainly been one of Amanda's go-tos.
I love leeching.
There wasn't a faster aura cast one, was there?
Don't believe so.
No.
Right, technically, the closest thing, I think, is the legendary Demon Talisman. But obviously, that's not available on curs. You can have them linger on the ground longer. The legendary Cur Talisman, but that's not really what you're talking about here. So SSE goes with a quick throw instead. Crone number 2. This time with the legendary Crone Talisman. And Stubborn Flame, which I don't actually think we saw SSE take last time, or if we did, we may not have seen much of it. That means that if SSE starts taking the lead, then SSE will deal 10 less damage with every plunge or throw.
That is painful.
Would certainly slow things down for SSE.
If I have Stubborn Flame twice, do you deal -20?
It does not stack. You cannot stack numerous Stubborn Flames, otherwise that'd be insanely powerful. Like on Curs, it can only deal 20 damage without any talismans. Good luck. Good luck doing anything.
Yeah, heal my Pyre, please, when you plunge.
That might be part of the reason why SSE is thinking about using the Cur Fang here for extra 8 damage when plunging. Just to try to counter that Stubborn Flame at least a bit. Then Amanda going for the additional starting Pyre Life. We saw her use it last time. Like I said, that does make the crones start off with dealing a little bit more damage than they would normally deal. But it does also mean that Stubborn Flame will be a little bit harder to take effect. And Titan Tooth here for Dalbert, so we'll stun anyone that he jumps into. Which in a small arena that I think will have a lot of jumping in it, that I think will be a strong factor here in this upcoming Rite. Here we go. Crones for mana, Curs for SSC. Udmilda intercepts and tries to hop in, but she goes down. Vorfrit makes it in for a 30 damage plunge. SSC with Barker. Blocked. Bertrude picks it up. Misses the jump, but slithers in for 25. Now, no Prayer Bead, so she's not coming back, and SSC sneaks in for 20 here. Now, no Stubborn Flame active, at least not now, so that means that SSC will be dealing the full amount of damage. But SSC needs to be careful here because the Crones, they can score in large chunks, and with 45 Pyre life, that's not a lot left. Now, SSC stuns here, gives him some time to make a move, but that gets intercepted by Udmilda. And now Bertrude might have been thinking about a throw, but then decided, nah, I might not have time for that. So Amanda goes in for another plunge, but that drops SC down to just 20 Pyre life. One score would now do it for Amanda. Amanda is down Bertrude. Udmilda. Forfeit. Udmilda. And Udmilda does it! So the theory was, perhaps Crones outdo Curs, and well, at least this time around, the theory stands. GG.
Until the stars align.
So chat, let us know if there is anything you'd like to see for the next one. Gone back and forth now between all Curs and all Crones. This is a new SSC request, is it not? This is incremental to the one we just saw.
Yes. This time, everybody has to have 2 worms.
Okay.
No more than 2.
We were talking about it before. We perhaps denied SSC the right to worms, and now SSC is getting back at us. And this might be the opportunity to test out some of that stunning claim action with the stunning stunning worm mastery. Anything else on top of that, or will it just be the 2 worm request? Oh, hold on, Amanda.
The 3rd exile is a savage.
The 3rd exile is a savage. Okay, so 2 worms, 1 savage for everyone.
That's not a lot of defense, but...
That is true. That's a very offensive setup. Let's see how it plays out. Oh, Honor might have something to add on to that. Hold on just a second here. Oh, I mean, unless it's Arena or Song. You know, if it's Talisman or Mastery, we could sneak it in still.
Who shall conduct
Next is the scene for the next one? Okay, gotcha.
Okay, nice.
Does that mean next Rite we're gonna have to have all worms?
Yeah, perhaps Honor was going for the worm theme this time round, and now if that Knights of the Sea is in the next one, then, well, might need to get some more worms in that Rite as well, but we'll see. I mean, this one will be a random song. There's a non-zero chance. It just so happens to end up being Knights of the Sea. Not out of the question. Amanda starts out with Kerfang for the additional plunging damage.
Oh, does this work?
I believe so. I think that extends the length of the Aura Trail behind you, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I thought Presence does that, but...
One of them does the size of your trailing aura. The other one does affect the width of your cast, but I don't recall as to which one is which. I always get them mixed up.
That would be very good with Greater Cleave, I think.
Yeah, I do remember specifically on one occasion a while ago somebody used Greater Cleave with one of those two talismans, whichever one is the one that makes the cast actually bigger, even specifically on the Glade of Blue, and it was catastrophically good. But you know, we'll see how it plays out this time.
Just blatantly gonna steal your idea.
Well, we'll see. See how it plays out then.
Was that the quick draw you didn't take? Yeah. I don't know. I always take quick draw for some reason. It's very nice. I'm not sure how useful it actually is.
Yeah, I used to take it a lot. Then, I don't know, I kind of changed over to the Greater Cleave after that.
Yeah, I never used the other one. Quick draw. Throws me off. Things teleporting and confuses me.
So now this last one will be the Savage. And I'd imagine we're going to see a lot of those quick throwing talismans. That's the route that Amanda's going to take here. For SSC, goes Almer instead. And does he go with the same talisman? Thinking about it. We may go, the Banishing Throws instead. Perhaps a way to get a little more defense out of what we were saying before is largely an offensive setup here. So here we go. Okay, we got the Beyonders theme.
Look at the size of that.
That is a pretty huge cast there. Especially as the arena gets smaller, having a huge cast in this arena can be huge. Almer jumps in. No prayer beads means that now SSE is down the Savage. Blocked. And there is that huge cast. Hops, but can't make it over the defender. Now Amanda has the stowaway here. Has the quick throw. Oh, but it's intercepted. And look at that. SSE had Gilman just hanging out next to Amanda's Pyre. Plunges for 15. And Arena gets smaller. Amanda makes it in for 15 damage here. Oh, it's a Fates theme. My apologies. SSE sneaks past. The throw, I think that might be short. It is. And that means everyone down here on Amanda's side. And SSE's throw for a second there. For a second there, I was wondering if that might have been just a fraction too short. Again, the arena gets smaller. Amanda, gets banished from that huge cast, and there you see, with that cast, SSC can cover almost the entirety of his half of the arena. Want to make it even tougher for Amanda to make it through, although, when Amanda does have those quick throws from the stowaway. Here she is again. Gives it up. Kerfang on Deluge actually means a little bit more damage coming from him rather than the stowaway, but he does not have prayer beads, so it does mean that he's gone now. Stowaway down. This one's close, but still technically lead SSC. Almer pops in. 20 damage plunge means one more of those, and SSC has it. However, now Almer is down. There's a Kerfang plunge, dropping SSC down to 19. And that means that stowaway scoring or Deluge scoring would do the trick for Amanda. Here's a throw that makes it in for the win.
Good game.
Good game, that was fun.
GG.
There, but no. The ceremony is complete.
All right. Well played, you two, and let's head on back.
Until the next rite.
How's it going, iRotor? So, in theory, at least initially, I thought that was meant to be sort of our testing ground for more stunning claim action, although not really sure we saw either of you do that. Turn into more of a testing out the worm casting.
I forgot about it again. Oh well.
Oh, hope you start to feel better, iRotor. Also, your name has changed color. You went from dark green to light green. Messing with my brain. It's like, what is that? Is that the same person? Is that someone else? But yeah, I hope you get well soon. Will of the Scribes, okay? I definitely just went past it, did I not? Hold on. There it is. Anything else for this next right?
I can't read chat anymore because my phone.
Oh,
died, so I...
oh, actually, we had Knights of the Sea was from the leftover from the previous request. So yeah, we'll actually have Knights of the Sea and then we'll do Will of the Scribes because Honora requested Knights of the Sea previously. We've not yet done that. No worries, I got you, Honora. I remembered. I got you. It's like, wait a second. We were supposed to keep that on Knights of the Sea. Anything else other than song, preferably, for the next right? Or if not, then we'll have these pick whatever they'd like. Not seeing anything. It looks like perhaps it is the song that people are most concerned about. And we have that sorted out. So why don't we get going?
The fate shall confront
Okay. Nest of Triesta.
users. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
I'm sorry, but this map just means I need to go for another dog.
Amanda going back for more Dalbert. This time the Kerfang. In the past, we've typically seen Amanda go with the Leech on Dalbert here, but this time going for the extra damage.
Sounds like cowardice to me.
Oh.
It's nice
SSC.
to- I have to do all the old worm teams. I'm sorry.
SSC says bring it on.
What's good against worms? Everything. Worms are bad.
Because
Excuse me? Worms are obviously, objectively, the best class in the game.
Sir Gilman.
Clearly no one would ever disagree with that statement.
Because I don't know any better, I'm just going to pick Stunning Claim on every single one of them.
This time, SSC will end up doing it, whether it's going to be intentionally or just by happenstance. Oh, I happened to press the wrong button. Okay, apparently now everyone is stunned. It's going to happen at some point.
It's gonna be
Amanda?
a long-
Yeah, sticking with the additional starting Pyre life. It's helpful for the leech, because you can only leech up to your starting Pyre life, but remember, like I said, usually Amanda, we've seen take the Leeching Talisman on Dalbert to lead things off, but did not do so this time, so does not yet have any leech. But is going with full rekindling here as well. Perhaps an indication of what we might see in the last spot from Amanda. But SSE suggested I might double down on Kurz, and looks like he's doing so here. Said it would be Stunning Claim, and there it is. Nor silently voting for Saps.
It's a deluge.
Okay, and last one. At least at the moment, it was looking like it'd be Orlek. So maybe Jody instead. Like I said, at the moment, no leech for Amanda, just a bunch of life, additional starting life, and then a bunch of rekindling. Oh, maybe Orlek after all. thought about the leech, but instead, seems like Amanda's going to go with prayer beads to bring Orlek back when he plunges, and took additional starting Pyre life. Oh man. So SSE going to have a big barrier to break through here, both in terms of large aura size from Orlek and from Manly, and also the just sheer quantity of Pyre life he'll need to deplete if he's to emerge victorious here.
This may have been a bad idea.
Won't know until you try. Triples down on Stunning Claim, and here we go. SSE picks it up first, but goes down here to Dalbert. Dalbert scoops it up. Stamina back, but not quickly enough to avoid that cast. Deluge, the throw for 23 damage. But as we were saying before, Amanda took a ton of starting Pyre life, and even after SSE scores there, is still on 142. There you have it. Worms banishing some of the biggest aura in the game, Orlek there. Dalbert can't escape that cast either. Deluge back at it. He gets blocked. And he goes flying into the lava. Not sure how his momentum took him that far, but it did. Manly. Ooh. Sidestepped that cast. Getting closer. Can't avoid that one, though. Deluge speeds ahead of that cast. Stamina back. Oh, and was looking to throw, but didn't get it off quickly enough. That was a 15 damage plunge instead, which means SSE is now down one worm. Dalbert tried to make a move, but he gets blocked. Lady River now. Sidesteps Orlek. Stamina back. Manly stops her. Orlek has it now. He leaps. Stamina back. Oh, Stunning Claim is active. Slowing Orlek down. Giving SSE a chance to regain his bearings there, but Orlek is back. And plunges this time for 25. That was nearly the exact situation in which I was saying we would be curious to see what happens to Orlek. Mid-jump, if he were to get Stunning Claimed, would his momentum take him in? Possibly. Theory was that his momentum would, although he technically cannot score when he is stunned. He makes it in this time. How utterly brazen. Orlek back with it now. Meanwhile, SSE trying to banish all of Orlek's teammates, although it's Orlek who matters most here. He gets Titan Tooth though, so he's stunned. Ooh, but SSE had a moment there, but then didn't have any time to pick up the orb or do much with it. And once again, one of his worms ends up riding off with their momentum into the lava. And there is the huge Orlek aura fending off the worm before he picked up the orb and then can waltz on in with it. Titan Tooth will stun Amanda here, giving SSE time to banish. Orlek, Titan Toothed again, so once again stunned. And it's actually, in many ways, the theme of SSE's team here. Stunning with Stunning Claim and stunning with that Titan Tooth. But is it enough? Still a 112 Pyre life barrier to break through, not to mention the full rekindling from Manly as well. Whereas just one score from Orlek would be all Amanda needs here. But everyone banished now, opportunity for SSE to whittle away at that Pyre life. That throw, he is short. Dalbert down, so once again defenseless, although Manly coming back. He gets Titan Tooth, so he's stunned, but once again, SSE's momentum takes him into the lava. Perhaps a sense of frustration here for SSE after what seems to be third, fourth, maybe even fifth worm ending up in the lava, but this time does defend against Dalbert effectively. Has the orb back now. Orlek blocks this one, and once again, the momentum takes him into the lava. I swear, I've never seen this happen, at least not with this consistency before. Manly goes down. Deluge. Oh, nearly hopped over that cast, but not quite. Dalbert for Amanda. Speeds around one defender, has the momentum, and hops in for the win.
Good game.
Good game.
GG.
Outperformed their adversaries. The rite is done.
Well played, you two. Okay. Any other thoughts, chat, in terms of things you would like to see for this next rite? And just to check in on Amanda and SSC, how are you two doing here? You good to stick around? Either you feel like you need to take a break?
I'll do one more game.
Okay.
Oh.
SSC says one more game, so chat, if there's anyone who has not yet played today who'd like to get the chance to get in, then bear that in mind. We might be able to get you in soon. And now we have Will Describes. That's correct. Now we go to Will Describes. Anything besides the song, which we have locked in already, that we'd like to see for this next one? If not, we'll just have these two pick whatever they want to pick, and looking like that may be the case this time around. So let's do it.
The fate shall take on the accusers. Welcome.
Okay, so we're at the spring, and no specific requests other than just the song, so you're free to take whatever you'd like from an Exiles, Masteries, and Talisman standpoint. And it's Stowaway first for Amanda. And we've seen Amanda in particular use a lot of Orlek, but this is SSC this time around, thinking about putting his trade to work here. Prayer Beads. Likely to see an Orlek Plunger in that case. Here's a Vengeful Vow, Gilman. So he'll explode whenever he crashes into someone. Might be Amanda's way to counter Orlek a bit. Does take Stunning Claim. Oh, second thoughts though, perhaps? Oh, opts for a second worm. Might have taken some masteries. But you decided, no, I'll tell you what. Not sure that's the route I wanted to go. Yeah, it looks as though he wants to have first mastery on the right side as well. Forgoes Seize Chance, meaning she will no longer have additional 10 damage after banishing someone recently. Jody here. The additional speed for SSC. And this will be the last one here for Amanda, and we have typically seen almost every rite Amanda using Dalbert, but this time, no. Opting for Manly instead. That was, of course, one of the three characters that Amanda chose last time. Also, very commonly taking the Ashen Coal. Sticks with it here. And goes for full rekindling again, so tons of Pyre life on Amanda's side, although SSC is going seemingly triple demons here and may have already taken the additional starting Pyre life on his previous two demons. Maybe that was Presence instead. This could perhaps be almost a quote-unquote meta demon. Didn't go for the quick throw though, just on the Star Splinter Talisman. But doesn't matter here, at least not this time. Orlek plunges, and he has Prayer Bead, so he'll come back to lead things off. Jody knocks back one defender. She follows up with a plunge of her own for 30 damage here. And with that, even with Amanda's additional starting Pyre life, SSC takes the lead. Granted, that is not considering the second life bar that Amanda has with her rekindling coming from Manly. And that throw can banish, as we see there. Ignarius knocks back one of the defenders even after he gets blocked. And the throw does seemingly banish the defender, although I believe that was the one that had the Vengeful Vow, so blew up on SSC. Ignarius can banish with this throw and does just that. picks up the orb, but gets stopped before he can make it in. Ignarius back. Oh, look at that double banishment. No one back to defend, except Ignarius comes back ever so quickly. Did take the quick respawning talisman on Ignarius. That is what SSE chose to take rather than the quick throw. And that is already something that SSE has benefited from on at least one, if not two occasions. But no one back to defend here. Ignarius not going to be quick enough, it doesn't seem. If that throw makes it in, it does. Just enough on it from the worm. Makes it in for 15. So still lead SSC, but that lead 15 points smaller than it was before. Jody making moves. Oh, look at that. Thought she was going to go for the plunge, but SSE realizes, no, I have time to throw this one in. And in doing so, means that Jody will be in for this series. And Orlek does not have the banishing throw, so it knocked some people back there, but did not banish them, and those people turned around and banished Orlek. Jody, though, looking to see if she can have better luck. Amanda intercepts, makes a move there with Deluge, but he gets blocked and now banished. Narius. Trying to knock back defenders. He does so with one. Now make that two. And seemingly did a little tiny step over the defender there. Wasn't technically a jump, although it appeared as though he might have hopped over the aura. Almost like he was doing hopscotch or something. But no one back to defend here for SSE, so time for Amanda. Oh, and now she's just BMing. Does a little ring around the Rosie and then throws it in for 20. Orlek, again, cannot banish with the throw. He goes down. Jody goes the banishing route rather than the orb route, and she goes down. Stowaway is dangerous, has the quick throw, and sneaks it past Ignarius here for another 20 damage, and Amanda is making this one much closer. Remember, Amanda has rekindling here, so even though just at 15 life, it may appear as though SSE is in the lead. After you consider the rekindling, this is pretty darn close, technically speaking. Slim lead Amanda. Stowaway hops. Ooh, intercepted though from Ignarius. Orlek goes down. Deluge. Stamina it back. Jody blocks. Knocks him back further. Ignarius is theoretically at least the preferred scorer here for SSE and sprints around and now in to the Pyre, and there you see, yes, 50 rekindling. And now we'll see that, like I was saying, technically speaking, still advantage Amanda. Slight advantage at that, but oh, nearly stuck in the throw there. But here comes Orlek. Oh, and he hopped over the defender there. Looks like Amanda might have had him covered with one of the worms, but not the case. And now one score could do it for SSE, whereas it would take at least 2, possibly even 3, for Amanda. Orlek. And he's quick enough to make it in for the win.
The accusers prevail. The scribes themselves
Well played.
surely have taken note.
Good game.
Good game.
The ceremony is complete.
All right. Well played, you two. And I know SSC previously were saying that would probably be your last, right? Are you still thinking you might swap out now?
Yeah, I'm thinking I'll drop out now.
All right. Well, thanks for stopping by. Happy to have you, as always. I'll give you the boot if you'd like. And chat, that means that we are looking for someone else to jump in SSC's place.
Okay.
So if anyone is hanging out who's not gotten the chance to play today, then now's a great time to get you in. If not, I could potentially jump in as well. And Amanda, just check in on you. Are you good to stick around? How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm down to stick around, and I am using controller.
Okay, yeah, so it doesn't matter. It could be controller or mouse keyboard person. Either way will be fine.
Yeah, no, Anor says that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Nor says if Amanda is using a controller, then that would work for you. Yep. Amanda is using a controller, so it shall work indeed. Why don't we, in that case, get Anor in here? Anor, I don't think we had you play last week, did we? I think we missed you, at least for playing last time around. Maybe we got you in at the very beginning. But let me set you up now. Looks like you'll be on player 2. And Honor, you're usually the Nightwings, is that right? In which case, let me take you off the accusers. Nightwings? Okay, yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay, and let's just switch over here as well, and make sure that you are on mouse keyboard. That you are. Take a quick second just to make sure we're on the correct controls for you. Honor. Oh, that's not controls. This is. And in the meantime, chat, let us know if there's anything you want to see for this next rite. If there's anything you'd like to subject Amanda and Honor to. Of course, this will be the first rite for Honor today, so maybe, you know, show a little bit of mercy, but it's up to you. And Will Describes was the previous rite, was it not? So I think we've been there, done that at this point.
Yep, we can go to random. Yeah.
Unless, chat, you have any other songs you'd like to hear? I mean, that has been, I suppose, Exiles and Song have been the two things that people have been particularly fond of requesting today. Up to you. Or, like I said, maybe you're thinking, we'll give Honor a chance to warm up a little bit first. Not that a song really changes that much, but up to you. Oh no! You're doing thrash back immediately? I'm not ready. I'm not ready for it yet. Too much adrenaline.
I mean, Thrashback is hype.
It is. But is it too much hype under certain circumstances? Maybe.
It might be.
Well, it looks like this time around, chat's letting you off easy. No specific requests here, so we'll just go all randoms. Give you the chance to warm up. Honor and Amanda. Amanda's already primed and ready to go. See where we end up. The answer is the Cairn. And have you two played each other? I feel like you probably have not.
We have, but not during a Rite Night.
Ah, not during a Rite Night. Okay, gotcha. Interesting.
My first Rite Night was last week, and I don't think Honor played at all last week.
Yeah, I don't think Honor did. So in that case, we'll have to see how these two match up against each other. And again, free to take whatever you'd like here. And that does mean, for Amanda, certainly a Dalbert. Just a matter of which talisman. Is it a Curfang? Is it some righteous fire leeching stuff? Yeah, we'll have to see. They say they've played behind closed doors. How those rites ended up, can only guess. And actually, Amanda going with Orlek here with the leech. And the starting Pyre life, so again, focusing on that leeching aspect. As for Honor, though, how does one mess with Orlek? Well, perhaps the answer is you match Orlek with more Orlek. I don't know why I didn't think of such a thing. Clearly, that is the answer. And Honor goes with the quote-unquote meta demon setup. Goes for the additional presence. Or like already with the largest presence, and technically speaking, you can't actually go any higher than 40, so it actually doesn't do anything. But or actually, is Orlek's starting presence, is it 36 or is it 40? Might get a small boost out of it. But here's more leech coming from Jody this time, so high damage characters with leech and starting Pyre life for Amanda. Yeah, definitely sensing a theme here. Honor says, oh, right. My bad. Bertrude in the next spot here for Honor, and thinking about maybe a Prayer Beads? Maybe a legendary Crone Talisman to cast through barriers? we are in the Carnival, and there are those hockey pucks that will fly around, and they are unpredictable. There are probably times in which it'll be very helpful to be able to cast for them, other times when they might be off in the corners and you don't need to worry about them at all, but Anor goes that route. And yes, Amanda rounding out the team with a third and final demon, it would appear. More starting Pyre Life, more presence, and even the starting Pyre Life talisman there, so Amanda is just going to be overflowing with Pyre Life to begin here. And Nor takes a little bit of rekindling on Fulford, but does not go all the way down on that side. It'll just be 10. Goes for the extra banishment time, or at least appears to do so. And here we go, first one, at least for Rite Nite purposes, between Amanda and Anor. Though supposedly these two have played each other before, offline. Look at that big cast from Bertrude, banishes 1. For a second it looked like she was going to get 2. Still, unblockable throw, has time to get it off. Had to cut it a little bit short, but oh man, look at that. Over 200 starting Pyre Life for Amanda. That is a tough barrier to overcome. Now Orlek knocks back some defenders, gets banished in the process, so no opportunity for Nor to get a throw off or plunge in that situation. Jody goes down here, and that is the risk of going with an all-demon team, as they take a long time to come back from banishment. That means no one back to defend now, plenty of time for Nor to get another throw off, and this time drops Amanda below the 200 Pyre Life threshold. So definitely going to need to be a patient match, at least for Nor. Whereas Amanda, with that additional Pyre Life, can perhaps play a little bit more aggressively. There's Anor, plunging for 25. But remember, Amanda not only has the Pyre Life, has all of the Leech as well, and can leech all the way up to the starting Pyre Life that she had. Oh, but Summer Flame is active, which means that Amanda is dealing 10 less damage and leeching significantly less for that reason. Anor plunging again for 25, and now Amanda's Pyre starting to approach the area where you might more typically see a Pyre tend to be. Still over 100 though, so still advantage Amanda, and has the Numbing Gust active there. Hesitated a little bit because she saw the sapling aura partially covering the Pyre, but did have enough space to plunge there with Orlek for 15. Bertrude hops over and in for 30 damage here. So again, Amanda has been leeching back a little bit of life, but because that Stubborn Flame is active, it does mean that Amanda's damage is reduced and Amanda's leeching capability is also reduced. Here's Anor just locking down the Pyre. Has to wait 20 seconds for Orlek to return because Bertrude is permanently gone this round. That is very tough because this go round, don't believe she had any way to get Orlek back from banishment quickly, and Amanda seizes on that numbers advantage there. Orlek for Anor, plunges for 25. Now this is Amanda's Orlek. Over to Jodario, back to Orlek. Nor does have Bertrude, at least this time round. It's Orlek who's permanently banished. It's Volfred with the orb here. Probably not the exile that Anor would like to be launching an attack with. Might wait it out for Bertrude to return, although does need to wait a little bit for that to happen. She does take a fairly long time to return from banishment, though not nearly as long as Orlek does. Here she is. Oh, knocked back, but still has the orb here. Oh, and nearly got off an unblockable throw, but she gets banished just before she can release it. Orlek for Amanda. Gives it up to Jody. Might see a bit of a two-pronged attack here. Jody from one side, Orlek from the other. Which side is it going to come from? The answer is Orlek. Plunges for 15. That lowers Anor's Pyre down to 40, which is low, but she does have a little bit of rekindling, and that Stubborn Flame will remain active here, which will slow down Amanda. And oh, look at that. A bunch of banishments there, and with that, that means Amanda is now defenseless. Unblockable throw from Bertrude. 30 damage finally drops Amanda below the 100 Pyre Life threshold. Remember, Amanda will continue to leech. So hard to gauge where these two really stand. Technically speaking, of course, Amanda is in the lead from a Pyre life standpoint. But if you consider how much Pyre life Anor has removed thus far, advantage Anor, and continues to chip away at that, down to 71. And what at one time seemed like an insurmountable barrier is now perhaps looking far more doable for Anor. Sneaks in another throw for 15 now. Dropping Amanda down to 56, and one more score, and we'd be just about even here. In fact, consider that Anor has 10 rekindling, meaning that Anor has effectively 50 Pyre life here, and we are extremely close. And again, those demons from Amanda, they can score in big chunks, and here's one of them. 15. That Stubborn Flame is still active, though, continuing to reduce Amanda's damage. That is one advantage. When Anor gets close like this, as long as she is slightly behind, that Stubborn Flame will still be active. Goes for the throw this time with Orlek. 25 damage. Dropping Amanda to 41, meaning that Anor is technically still behind, so Stubborn Flame is still active, which means that even if Amanda is to score here, cannot do it in one round, cannot win in one round. Then, of course, Anor does still have rekindling, so cannot even trigger that rekindling with one round of scoring. Jody actually banishes the defender there. Bertrude looking to get rid of Jody. Blocks her, though Jody is still here. Banished this time. Vizpaleth. Wolfred back. But he cannot stop Vizpaleth. 20 damage plunge. Needs Anor hanging on with 5 now, with another 10 in the second life bar coming from that rekindling. Bertrude down. Wolfred goes down before he can get off the sapling. Numbing Gust is active, so that slows down Amanda here. Cannot jump, cannot sprint, but has enough time to make it in. And that does trigger rekindling. So now Anor is on her final legs here. One more score and Amanda would have it. Anor looks like she would probably need 2 scores to do the trick. Depends on how exactly the execution happens, but everyone down here for Anor. 3 seconds before Bertrude returns. Will Amanda be quick enough? Amanda says probably not, opts to retreat. And Anor gets Bertrude back in time. No one back to defend for Amanda now. Time for Bertrude. Get off an unblockable throw. 30 damage. Reducing Amanda to 21. And that means 1 score from anyone would do it. Somehow you just knew that's how this was going to end up playing out. Orlek, can he finish it? Ups to throw. Blocked, intercepted. Bertrude for Anor. On the Pyre's doorstep, she gets banished. Orlek in an advanced position here. He gets blocked. Knocks back Volfred. With Volfred closer to the orb now. Numbing Gust is active. Oh, and look at that. The sapling spawns on top of Orlek, taking out what would have been Amanda's closest character to it. Just Bertrude now for Anor. Everyone back. No double banishment. Now everyone down again. And that means that 5 seconds before Volfred comes back, that will be the first person for Anor. Will he be back quickly enough? I think so. Here he is. Drops the sapling immediately. Bertrude back as well. A 2-pronged attack again. Which side's going to come from? From Amanda. Jody makes the first move. She gets banished. Bertrude. No one back to defend. She has an opportunity here. Oh, but Vizpaleth is quick enough. Just Volfred back. 4 seconds, 3 seconds before Orlek returns. Bertrude will be back soon after. Anor back at full strength. Orlek for Amanda. Blocked. Gets rid of one defender, then gets banished. Anor with Bertrude. Oh, and the sapling deflects the aura back at Orlek. Bertrude for Anor. That throw would have been unblockable, but she couldn't get it off in time. Orlek against Vizpaleth. Here's Jodariel for Amanda. Jodariel down. Full strength here for Anor. Orlek sidesteps that cast. Jumps over one defender. Jumps over the defender again. And makes it into the Pyre for the win. Well played. GG.
They somehow managed to scrape by despite their adversaries'
Oof.
efforts.
Oof, indeed.
The right is done.
Nice game. Very
Well
nice.
played.
Until the stars align.
Alright, in chat, let us know if there's anything else you want to see between these two. Looks like we may be in for some pretty close rights between them, if that last right is any indication. And that's why saps have my love. Oh. Certainly some very strong defensive plays there from Volfred, and in many cases, his sapling. Perhaps even more so than Volfred himself. And Numbing Gust, for sure. Yeah, big difference maker. But anything else we'd like to see between these two, or would we just like to have them take whatever they want to take and they'll find a way to make it interesting? I get the feeling that might be the case. Yeah, because I'm not seeing anything from chat here, so why don't we have you two do a right in which you'll pick whatever you want to pick. I'm curious to see how this plays out.
Yeah, me too. I don't even know what I want to play. I like it when chat speaks because I don't.
Yeah, you can get the improved sapling along the way to Numbing Gust, which is a good combination, because if everyone's banished on your side, then you're probably relying on that sapling to cover you at least a little bit. And we're at the Glade of Lou. So, starts out big and open, but will get much more confined as time goes on. And you know, if I had to guess who Amanda was going to go with, I would have probably guessed Dalbert. Although now, perhaps switching things around a bit. But opts the tried and true Dalbert with Kerfang for extra plunging damage. Usual triple hopping, 5 extra plunging damage setup from a mastery standpoint, and now Anor going with the style approach for, I believe, the first time today. Dusting off the Raiments for Gareth here. Quick throwing talisman. And Amanda says, hold on. If you're going with a quick throwing savage, I'm going to need a quick throwing savage of my own. Second one here for Anor. And she's thinking Gilman, it would appear. Did see SSE was experimenting with going with the maximized area on the cast in Glade of Blue, and it seemed as though that was working fairly well for him. Nor, at least from a mastery standpoint, goes a little bit of a different setup here. The talismans, though, eyeing some offensive talismans. Or not, would be the one that SSE went with. No, goes for the banishment on the throws. Now, perhaps Messenger Imp here for Amanda? Oh, and Amanda, after getting Numbing Gust in the previous right, says, hold on. What if I turn around and hit you with a Typhoon Bottle?
Messenger Imp.
Amanda all locked in. And it does appear as though in many situations here, these two are picking exiles that are either the same as or direct counters to the exiles that their opponent has taken. Both going with imps here. And takes the extra aura from Tizo on the presence. Oh, and that's a Nor to one person teleported to the orb. I believe that was a Nor. Stowaway for Amanda. Oh, sneaks that one in. So Amanda takes the early lead. And once again, Gareth hops over to the orb and takes it from Dalbert. So it's Dalbert here who intercepts. and plunges for 28, because remember, Amanda did take the Kerfang for extra plunging damage. Now Gareth picks up again, but he goes down. Double banishment from the imps. Oh, now Avenging Aid brings back someone for Amanda, and, or rather for Anor. No one back for Amanda to defend with.
The orb has hit the mark.
And that did mean that Amanda had Numbing, or rather Typhoon Bottle, active there. So Anor could not sprint or throw, but Anor waited for one of Amanda's characters to come back, and then started throwing. Speaking of throwing, that throw intercepted. Now Anor hops over the imp. Unblockable throw. Makes it in for 15. Once again, Gareth teleporting to the orb and the quick throw. Makes it in. Anor building some momentum here. Taking the lead in the process, and Gareth back at it. This time intercepted, though. Galbert off to the races. Makes it in for a 28 damage plunge. And with that, Amanda retakes the lead. Gareth. Over to Gilman. He's blocked and banished. Stowaway. Throw intercepted. Tizo has some space here. Gives it up to Gareth. Gareth hops in. Might have been looking for the throw, because of course that would have saved Gareth for this round here. Now he is permanently gone for this series. Anor down one character. Gilman sidesteps what would have been an implosion there, and off to the races now, but he's down. That could have been not quite enough to finish things off. It would have brought Amanda down to just 5 Pyre life, and here's Amanda countering for 20 damage throw, and that drops Anor down to 4. No saps this time, so no rekindling. So next score for Amanda will certainly do the trick. Depending on who it is for Anor, it may be a 1-score game, it may be a 2-score game. Stowaway. Throw. Intercepted. Gareth makes it in for the win. Well played. Close match. GG.
GG.
Thus end this night's proceedings.
Alright. Gareth for MVP? Well, I mean, deservedly so, right? I mean, he is the most bashful man on the downside, right?
What is the meme of Gareth being fashionable? I don't get it.
He is clearly the most stylish exile in the downside. His raiments are just unmatched. They're perfect.
Alright, I believe you.
Alright, so is there anything else we'd like to see between these two? I believe that one was just them taking whatever teams they'd like to take.
Is there anyone in chat who really wants to play? Because I've been playing for a while, I wouldn't mind stepping down, but if there's no one that really wants to play, I can stay in.
Amanda is offering to swap out if there's anyone hanging out in chat who wants to get the chance to come in. Chat, anyone who's not yet played today who wants to get in on the action? If not, then it sounds like Amanda's good to stick around. Don't immediately see anyone raising their hand. Of course, chat, if you don't want to play, but you still have ideas for recommendations, feel free. Shoot us your suggestions. We can make them happen. But not seeing either of those things from chat at the moment, so we may just be looking at another Rite in which we'll have you two take whatever you'd like to take. If that's all good for you.
I might make a suggestion.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
Amanda is scheming.
I am scheming.
Goes with exiles here. No demons, imps, or saps. So basically, none of the best defensive exiles, except maybe nomads. Particularly with Gold Bracer, they could certainly be strong defensively. And Norris is challenge accepted. All right. Let's see it.
Let's go.
And no imps. The game says, hold on, hold on. Let's push it down to Kalimur then.
Welcome. Who
There's no demons, no saps, and no imps. So that means probably going to see a lot of offensively oriented characters here. Could be a quick Rite for that reason. Amanda thinking about the stowaway. But opts for Dalbert on Kerfang. Has been probably still the most common exile for Amanda to take, although no, goes Prayer Beads instead. Strong choice, a little bit less damage, but more consistent because when Dalbert plunges, he'll come back. And Anor doubling up on Gareth here. Shows him in the previous Rite, going for him again this time, although did not take the quick throwing mastery. Went for the teleportation instead. That may have been what Anor opted to go with last time, because she did take the teleportation, but I did not realize that she passed on the quick throw. Now we see the Typhoon Bottle making a comeback here for Amanda with Deluge. Did go for Stunning Claim. SSC was talking about it a lot earlier today, theorizing how we might be able to put it most to use. Now, going to be Pamitha. Haven't seen much in the way of harps today, surprisingly. They are usually one of, if not perhaps even the most common types of classes for people to take, but for whatever reason, not a lot today. But Nora's bringing them back here. At the very beginning, I think we saw a fair number, but it seems like for a long time we had a gap of time in which there were no harps at all.
Nice.
Mulling over the talisman options. Now, because you don't have what would normally be your best defensive classes, or at least some of them, I would see some people opt for more defensively oriented talismans or masteries to try to make up for that a bit. Lenore does ultimately end up going with the offense there. Gertrude, perhaps, in the last spot, or, like I said, of the exiles that are available for this Rite, Nomads would definitely be the most defensive. Again, there's no demons, no imps, and no saps. Oh, Amanda switching it up a little bit. Going with Udmilda instead might have been, but Amanda took some masteries that she wasn't thinking she actually wanted to go with. Nora says, no, my strats. Amanda do exactly what Anor was planning to do. Prone with the legendary talisman to cast through those imps. Well, here we go. There's Gareth teleporting to the orb once more. Gives it up to Pamitha. Passes it over to Gertrude, back to Pamitha. Pamitha goes down to Udmilda. Big cast there from Gertrude, banishes one. Dalbert still has it here. And he makes it in for a 20 damage plunge. First score for Amanda. Gareth teleports. Can't avoid Udmilda though. Pamitha gets rid of one, but Amanda's still with the orb here. Held at bay for a minute, but makes it in now, and well, Stubborn Flame is active, reducing damage by 10 for Amanda, and when we're talking about a worm scoring for what would normally be 15 damage, subtract 10 and it's only 5, so that will take quite a bit of time if Amanda is to rely on the worm to do the scoring for her. But Udmilda certainly has a little bit more damage, and to a certain extent Dalbert as well, but no one back to defend now. Did take Typhoon Bottle, which means Nora cannot use any special abilities here, including a throw. So she does need to plunge, but I think she took Prayer Beads on Pamitha. She did. So Pamitha is coming back. Gareth. Over to Amanda. Over to Pamitha, I should say, against Amanda. Gareth scores against Amanda for 20 here on the throw. And look at that, the imps were blocking the orb there, seemingly, although Gareth teleports to it. Helps to navigate around, but speaking of navigating around, there's Dalbert. Speeds past most of the defenders there, but Pamitha able to defend him. Gertrude, blocked. Oh, and there's Stunning Claim. Gives Amanda time to get Dalbert back. Though, oh, look at that. Anor saw that Gareth was coming back and used his salute to teleport to the orb and pick it up before Amanda could scoop it up. But now everyone gone on Anor's side. Second before Bertrand returns. Can banish, but that throw is unblockable. Wasn't quick enough to stop that. And notably, Stubborn Flame was not active that time, meaning that we saw the full 15 damage, not just a meager 5. Dalbert, trying again. No, he gets banished this time. Milda, Pamitha sidesteps. Udmilda hops over with the orb. And hops over the Pyre. Some leapfrog between Udmilda and Bertrude. But Udmilda makes it in. Amanda taking the lead, which does mean that now Stubborn Flame will be active again. So Amanda's scores will get minus 10 damage and less. Anor follows up with more damage here. 20 damage throw. That does mean that Anor is technically still behind here, which is, in some ways, actually advantage Anor. Because again, next score for Amanda, in this case, would deal minus 10 damage. Pamitha. Over to Gareth. He has some space here. That, I think, was a throw from point-blank range. Yes, Gareth is still in here. So he did not plunge. Might have had an angle there to throw that in. Does so this time. Yeah, cut that one a little bit short. If that was full damage, that could have been game. But Amanda holding on with 13 Pyre Life does mean that now Stubborn Flame will no longer be active, so Amanda will be back to dealing full damage. Gareth, went for the point-blank throw again, but still, vanished before he could get it off. Dalbert against Bertrude. Knocked back a little bit, but he's back at it now. And banished. Bertrude scoops it up. Over to Gareth. Gareth hops, but straight into Dalbert. Dalbert, straight into Bertrude. Race between Bertrude and Udmilda. Bertrude wins that race. Gives it up to Pamitha. Bertrude back to Pamitha. Bertrude down, but it's Pamitha with the orb. She gets blocked. Gets rid of one defender. Gets rid of the other defender. And now Deluge comes back with the orb. And suddenly Amanda's on the offensive here. Amanda biding some time, trying to find the right angle. That throw would be unblockable, but Gareth blocks before it can, or vanishes before Amanda can get it off. Oh no, the Flappy Bird! It nearly worked, dare I say. Vanishes one defender, but then Pamitha goes down. Udmilda to Dalbert, who is not far away from the Pyre. Might have caught Anor a little bit off guard, but Anor able to stop that one. Ooh, but look at that double banishment there from Udmilda. Now everyone banished on Anor's side. Plenty of time for Amanda. Oh, but messes around with the aim on the throw and doesn't have time to get that one off. Has to settle for a Dalbert throw, which is only 15 damage. Considerably less. Now, it may still be just a one-score game for Amanda, but there is some question there. And Stubborn Flame from Amanda reduces the damage for Anor. Did not even realize that Amanda had that. But Anor follows up with another plunge and takes it.
Those imps.
A narrow victory,
GG.
yet nonetheless commendable.
GG.
The right
Oh my gosh.
is complete.
Well played, well played.
I can't believe how unlucky I got with those imps blocking my flipper.
Until the stars
It's always the risk with the Isle of Kalimur, and in some ways, going with a Savage that teleports to the orb, that's, I mean, you could make the case it's not necessary on the Isle of Kalimur, but that is a luxury of being able to teleport to the orb. You get to avoid some of those imps. So chat, let us know if there's anything that you have in mind for this next rite. And if there is anyone who wants to hop in, I think Amanda was volunteering earlier to swap out if anyone wants to get in on the action.
Yes, that's true.
Otherwise, we'll continue to have these two face off against each other, and I don't think we've had a rite. I think every rite against you two has been a one-score game. Or at least it feels like it. There may have been one that wasn't, but just about all of them.
Yeah, I think so.
Nor says, I actually forgot that savages can teleport while stunned. Yeah. Was that... I assumed that, Gareth had come back from banishment during that stun period, but he actually was there to begin with? He was stunned and you were still able to teleport? I did not realize that.
Oh, really? That sounds nice.
Counters to stunning claim? Oh, man. Just wait till SSC hears about this. But anyways, doesn't seem like we have anyone... Oh, hold on. I spoke too soon. I was going to say, doesn't look like we had any requests incoming, but here we have a few. And that is Amanda on Exiles. Oh, Amanda says triple sap. Okay, so... triple sap under normal circumstances would crash the game. There's only one way we can make it work. And that one way is to make sure that one sap on each side is using the Cursed Talisman, I believe it's Black Claw, that prevents you from casting.
The hoof, I think.
Or is it the hoof? Yeah. Basically, whichever Cursed Talisman it is that prevents you from casting, one of your saps does need to have that one, otherwise the game will just outright crash.
Can the game not deal with 6 saplings?
Correct. The game was not made to handle 6 saplings.
That's sad.
It is sad, but we can at least find a way to still get 6 saps out there. Alright, we have the Chastity Song, which Nora's already set up for us. Okay. I think we're ready to make it happen then.
The fate versus the Nightmares. Welcome.
Okay. So, bring on the saps. Excuse me? Speedy Manly? This is a travesty? This is sacrilege? I would just like to point out that we have already had our civil war on this. It has been resolved. Speedy Wolfred was the victor. How utterly brazen. I know, right? Now, perhaps we can give Amanda a pass. That was before Amanda had joined the Rite Club. But yes, indeed, there was a civil war regarding what you are doing right now. Sort of. Speedy Wolfred versus Quarterback Manly.
That sounds amazing. So horrible at the same time.
Alright, let's see. Now, Anor going Wolfred first. And also worth taking a note of how much rekindling they have to take. Because Anor took 1 round of rekindling. I did not catch how much Manly had for Amanda there. But Amanda does like to load up on the life. So I wouldn't put it past Amanda to get a bunch of rekindling either. Taking at least 1 round here. Yes, goes all the way down for 50 rekindling from Volfred, in addition to the starting Pyre life. Now remember, one sap needs to have the Cursed Talisman that prevents them from throwing down the sapling. That does need to happen. So in Amanda's case, that means the last sap, which I believe will be Palmas for Amanda. That Palmas will need to have that talisman. But Amanda is going for Shooting Star, the Banishing Throws on Palmas. And here is Palmas for Amanda. And which one is it? Is it the... It's definitely not the heart. Is it the claw or is it the hoof?
The top of my screen is completely blurred. I So you're
Oh,
gonna have to,
it's that one. That one right there. Yeah. It is the claw. Confirmed. And Amanda takes 1 round of rekindling. Make it 2 rounds. For a second there, looked like Amanda might have been going down on the left side for something other than that rekindling, but yeah, does Manly? Manly has it as well. Yeah, so Amanda is all out on rekindling for a total of 150, and did take the starting Pyre life on one of the talismans, which, how much is that one? Is that 30?
yeah,
Meaning that Amanda has, what, 180 more life than usual? On what is arguably the most defensive class. So, gonna be hard to take Amanda down here. Offense is the real question here. How do these two find a way to score? Now, we have seen some strats develop, dare I say, over time, in the times when we have had very sap-oriented setups. We did see Anor take the nutrition stick on Volfred, which is almost like a speedy Volfred, allows him to teleport a greater distance. But the real thing that I think we're going to need to see, oh, deflecting throw. Haven't seen people try doing that here, but it looked as though it could potentially be a solution. Well, look at this. Anor making moves with Volfred, but goes down now. The real thing that has made a difference in the past has been turning this into a bit of a chess match, claiming territory by moving your saplings up as far as possible, and then creating safe places from which to throw the orb, because the saps, they may be slow, they may be hard to move around with, but they have great range on their throw. So if you can find a safe place for them to charge up that throw, that is oftentimes the best way to get some offense out of them. And of course, setting up those safe places, the best way to do that is generally to set up an advanced sapling. And so sometimes it's just a matter of who gets their saplings in a better place. Although, look at that! There's a speedy-ish Volfred with a little bit of an asterisk there. Not going with Tailwind Crest, but a different take on it. Similar, or at least similar idea, yeah. Almas. Oh, and there you see the sapling. Or is big enough to take him out. Nor picks it up with Manly. Let's see, this is the problem now. Nor doesn't have any saplings later on the playing field there, so not a lot of safe ground for Nor to cover. Allows Amanda to just set up a wall of auras between Manly, the sapling, and Palmas there. Only way Nor can make it through would be through the bottom area, and of course Volfred is now holding on to the orb and locking that down. And can make it in for 15 or 25 damage plunge. So it is a Volfred plunge apiece. But remember that Amanda has all the rekindling, whereas I do think that Anor passed on a bit of it. For a minute there was no one left to defend on Amanda's side, and that might mean that there's enough time here for Volfred to charge up a throw even. And from close range, those sap throws are actually unblockable. Anor cut it a little bit short. It would normally be a maximum of 25 damage, but just got 22 out of that. But the important thing is that Anor kept all of her characters here, did not lose Volfred in the process, and once again, gets a throw off here. Has to again cut it a little bit short, but, you know, this is the type of situation in which you'll take whatever offense you can get, because this is very much a defensive battle. And, oh, once again, nearly got that one off. Using that additional mobility coming from the nutrition stick on Volfred, and that has been a key factor already for Anor. But now you see that Anor has multiple saps available this time around. Did not lose one to banishment. It means she can more easily set up that wall, and there you see it. From close range, throw is unblockable. But even there, Anor gets in a 23 damage throw. And at least at the moment, although it appears as though Anor is in the lead, again, technically speaking, Amanda does have more rekindling, and therefore you could make the case that Amanda does have more Pyre, or she does have more Pyre life, and therefore is kind of, sort of, still in the lead. And it does perhaps appear as though we're seeing some on-aura action happening here, and that is partially what ends up happening when you have all the saps out here and you don't do anything to eliminate any of their auras. So every once in a while, just seeing, I saw one sapling show up without an aura, saw some auras that appear to be the wrong color or the wrong shape. That might sneak in every now and again, but big thing is we're just hoping that game doesn't crash at the high quantity of saps. But Amanda snuck in a score there, has the orb back now, and was able to do so with a throw, so that means that she still has all of her saps here. Like here you see the shape of the aura for Amanda is, like we have a purple something aura near, yeah, Anora's Pyre. Like streaks of purple. But Amanda plunges here with Wolfred for another 25, but again, that means that now Amanda is down one sap. She's tough. Nor can't get the throw off there before Wolfred goes down. Manly goes down as well. But Anora, with everyone back, can form a wall that is nearly impenetrable and has time now for Wolfred throw and full damage this time. Gets that one off for 25, and that lowers Amanda down to 24. I mean, one more of those throws, and we could get to rekindling territory. So again, in some ways, it looks as if Anora is winning, although technically speaking, Amanda does have more rekindling. Manly. Going for the throw here. That might be blockable from this range. Yes, it can be intercepted. And Anora does just that, and now there's the speedy Wolfred, but he's not quick enough to avoid the defender this time. Manly is the furthest along here for Amanda, but he goes down now. Wolfred, cornered, retreats, goes the other direction. Almost has a cover, though, for Anora. Oh, and look at that. That was actually Amanda's Palmas taking out Anora's Palmas, and now Anora without anyone to defend. But that does trigger Numbing Gust, meaning that Amanda could not sprint or throw, which gave Anora just enough time to recover. And look at that. Nifty jukes from Wolfred with the nutrition stick. Nearly enough to give Anora enough time to get a throw off, but not quite. And Wolfred stuck in a corner there for Amanda. But speeds past Palmas, at least the first time, not the second time, though. Oh, and there is the crazy sap action with the streaks of purple going up where perhaps they are not supposed to show up for Amanda. Taking out some of Anora's characters there, but Anora's still able to recover in that Numbing Gust, buying her enough time. Wolfred with the throw. Oh, did get banished, but did get the throw off for 11 damage. Anora's like, why? Why does it keep on happening? Yeah, for some reason it does seem as though it's happening a lot for Amanda. We're getting these weird shaped auras where there shouldn't be any auras, but I don't think we've seen it happen yet for Anora. Remember, one of those saps cannot cast. For Amanda, it appears as though it is Palmas here, but there is that strange-shaped aura, if you will. I mean, I hesitate to call it that, but the purple streak for Amanda. And look at that! Using the extra distance on the blink there from Wolfred to make it into the Pyre, but there is the 150 rekindling. That is why I was saying that, technically speaking, Amanda was still in the lead. But now Amanda onto the second life bar, whereas Anora's still on the first. Exactly how much rekindling Anora has, I don't recall, but it is not as much as Amanda. I don't think she went for full rekindling on all of the saps, but presumably has at least some. Now Numbing Gust active again. Can't cast with Manly. Once again, the purple streak takes out Anora as the new characters are spawning in, coming back from banishment. That's numerous times now that has slowed down Anora defensively. Palmas for Anora. Goes down. Manly. Was waiting for a friend to come back, but then again, Anora is shaking the curse. So saying, what is this mysterious purple streak of an aura that is taking out my characters? It takes out another one, and another! It's got a mind of its own!
What's going on there?
An aura picks it up now. Seems to be safe from the mysterious purple aura. Manly. Can't escape the other Manly. Nor on the move with Palmas. Has some serious ground to cover though, and he goes down. That's everyone down here for Nor. And his Numbing Gust will be active. Here comes Manly again. Now everyone back, or at least everyone that can come back. Volfred plunge. Snore is down 1 sap for that reason. That is definitely too far to make it in. But Anora actually can banish with the throws on Palmas, which helped her out a bit there, but then Palmas goes down. It is black magic. The black magic of 6 saps. I think it might be back. You see that Amanda currently has a sapling down that does not have an aura, and I think that is the source of the mysterious black magic purple aura streaks that seem to always auto-target Anora's characters as soon as they spawn in like that. No defenders. 2 seconds before Manly returns. Is there time for Amanda? There is. Plunges with Manly. Does mean that now Amanda is down 1 sap. And Anor is back to full strength after having spent that previous series without Volfred, her most mobile of saps, and the one that she'd done the most scoring with. So Anor will definitely be happy to have him back. A orb would have hit Anora's Pyre, but bounces out. I didn't see if that one had the magic purple aura or not. It appears as though it may have. Yeah, it certainly did that time. It certainly did that time. Oh my goodness, it banished all of them nearly in one fell swoop. Fortunately, Anor did take Numbing Gust. If she hadn't, this would have been an entirely different game. Volfred, from close range, gets the throw off for 12. And again, remember that Amanda is on her 2nd life bar, whereas Anor is not. So although Amanda has a lot more Pyre life, Anor presumably still has at least some that she will gain. Oh, and a full 25 damage throw off here. But we don't think that Anor is going to get 150. As for exactly how much she will get back when the rekindling triggers, that remains to be seen. As for whether she has actually taken the lead here or not, I don't think yet. Throw from Manly. Oh, for a second there, I thought that might have been close enough that that would have been unblockable. Oh, look at that. There's the banishing throw. Coming from Palmas, it worked for Anor. Palmas back at it. Volfred has the speed. He ends up on the other side. Goes for the throw. Cuts a little bit short to make sure that Anor can get it off. And now drops Amanda just barely below 100 life, which may be the amount that Anor would have on rekindling if Anor has gone for full rekindling on 2 out of 3 saps. Volfred, again, is still in here. Did not plunge, so Anor still has him. And he has been crucial offensively for Anor. Palmas. Volfred is back. Here he is. And teleports to the other side. But Amanda had someone prepared, ready to banish him. Saplings go down, the wall comes up. Fends off Amanda this time. Palmas has it in a bit of an advanced position here. Does have the safety of that sapling. Doesn't quite have the range to get that into the Pyre, though. Series of banishments there. Volfred chases down Manly. Places the sapling. Teleports, but goes down here. And that may have been another case of the Phantom Sapling from Amanda, banishing all of Anor's characters simultaneously. Yes, in fact, I am almost certain that is the case there. And Numbing Gust means that Amanda cannot use any throwing or sprinting. And there we see, yes, here is the rekindling. Anor has 110. So slight lead Anor in that case. Now we know for certain. What's up, Cam? How's it going? We've got a extremely cursed 6-sap showdown here. 21 damage on that throw from Anor. Amanda has somehow found a way to create a black magic sapling that doesn't have an aura, but then will spontaneously create an aura right next to Anor's Pyre that only appears to show up right when Anor's characters come back from banishment, and then will instantly banish all of them. So Anor is fighting against some dark magics here. But at least at the moment, is in the lead. Palmas has the banishing throw. Just a little bit off against Volfred, and they banish each other here. Manly down. Volfred for Anor has been most aggressive offensive character for her with the additional mobility from the nutrition stick. Gets a throw off for 12 here. The magic of 6 saps. The only way you could possibly see this. It'll come out soon. It's been a little while since we last saw it, which I'm sure is music to Anor's ears. There's a while there where it seemed like it was happening numerous times in a row. Palmas for Anor. Oh, there it is. There it is. The purple streak. Banishing 2 of Anor's characters there. And it's still out there. Banishes another one, and now Anor is defenseless. At least for the moment. The Volfred has it for Anor. Who knows where that streak will end up going, though, because once it appears, it moves around as well. So it's extremely unpredictable. Palmas goes down here. Manly goes down as well. And there is the magic purple sapling, taking out some of Anor's characters again. Trying to see if it's like just one of Amanda's saps in particular, whenever that one creates a sapling, if that is the source of the cursed sapling, or if it is a mixture. Sometimes it comes from one sap, sometimes it's come from a different sap. Haven't quite been able to nail it down, but it might be Manly, because there it is. At least it was for a minute there. Amanda looking for an angle, but Anor tracks it down with Volfred, but Volfred goes down. Palmas for Amanda. Goes down to Palmas from Anor. There it is. Now that's Volfred this time that created the cursed sapling. That is definitely a cursed sapling. Anor, ooh, from point blank, gets in an 8 damage throw. Volfred. Now Amanda, I think, is just trying to make as many saplings as possible, trying to see if she can get the cursed sapling to trigger. Meanwhile, though, Anor nearly comes up with a score that time. Manly. Palmas on the move. Up to Volfred now, and he is the most mobile. Just Palmas now, though, for Anor. Manly back. And there's a cursed sapling. It has arrived. Volfred down. Anor able to defend this time. Volfred for Amanda goes down. There's the cursed sapling. It strikes again. Manly. Palmas goes down to the cursed sapling. Manly still has it, though. Volfred comes out quickly enough, perhaps, to avoid that cursed sapling. Oh, and he does the big blink, but into the opposing Pyre. Cursed sapling is out, yes. So Anor is defenseless. But there is a big sapling, and here come all the saps together. Whenever you see, oh goodness, all the saps vanish in unison like that, you know it's the cursed sapling, and you can see it there. But still able to defend, but then they go down again. The cursed sapling. It's unstoppable. Nor with a quick throw from Volfred. Sneaks it in. Volfred with it again. Links the other side and does so again. Orb hiding in the corner there. Amanda picks it up. Series of banishments there, and I think the cursed sapling is out. As you can see, the strange streak of purple that is moving around. When and where it will return, nobody knows. Volfred down for Anor. Family now. It does appear, though, as if whenever it does show up, it is always appearing in and around Anor's Pyre. Oh, and look at that. Volfred gets the throw before he gets banished. A full damage either throw or plunge, and Anor would take it here. Has continued to whittle down Amanda's Pyre life despite the setbacks from the cursed sapling. Here's Manly for Amanda, though. He goes down. Almas looking to banish with the throw. Misses the mark. Banishes the old-fashioned way instead. Volfred to Palmas. Vanishing throw. Does just that. Volfred has the blink ability from the nutrition stick, but he goes down. Amanda's Palmas. Over to Manly. Cursed sapling is out. This time, though, going much closer to Amanda's Pyre. Not that time, though. It's heat-seeking. Palmas. Oh, and was that the cursed sapling? That certainly was. Don't know if it was the first time or not, but everyone down on Anor's side. And it's back. Can Anor sidestep it? Just barely, it seemed. Volfred. Remember, full damage would do the trick. Oh, and Anor tries to do that. Charges up. Misses the throw. Gets banished before she can get it off. Maybe ought to have settled for a little bit less. Gone for 2 scores rather than 1. First sapling was out there a little bit, but Anor holding on here. Avoided banishment that time, I do think. And Volfred with the mobility. Oh, and I think Cursed Sapling, yes, took out all of Anor's exiles here. Currently defenseless. The Numbing Gust slows Amanda down. There's Cursed Sapling, takes everyone out again. 5 seconds before they return. Certainly time for Amanda to plunge here if she wants to. And she does. That drops Anor down to 85. Still would take Amanda a few scores here to catch up. Whereas, theoretically speaking, 1 full damage throw or plunge would do the trick for Anor, so advantage Anor. But with that Cursed Sapling, who knows? Anything could happen. Here's Volfred, though. No one back to defend him. Has time. Full damage throw, and he misses it. And Palmas banishes him. Perhaps the opportunity that Anor was waiting for, but couldn't seize it. Amanda recovers here. Manly down. Volfred for Anor. Gets cornered. Anor setting up some saplings in an advanced position, giving her a place from which to throw the orb if she can get it. Although no one to defend right now, this could also be her chance. Needs 22 damage here, and she gets it. Overcoming the challenges of the Cursed Sapling, still finds a way to find the victory. Can't say we've ever seen anything like that before, but well played. Somehow, Anor finds a way.
Until the stars align.
Amazing.
What was that? That was clearly a bug from having all saps out there. You know, like I said, normally the game would just outright crash. The game really does not like having a bunch of saplings out there. But it was strange that it seemed as though it only happened for Amanda's saplings and never seemed to happen for Honor's saplings. Don't know what to make of that. I don't know. I don't know if it was the order in which you two happened to place your saplings. If it was always like the last sapling placed turned into a bug sapling, but even then you would assume that at some point it would have happened to Honor as well. I think you're right. The only possible explanation would be ease lock. Must be. But anyways... Oh, well. How are you two feeling after that one? Do either of you need a break after that? That was quite the ordeal.
How long did that game last? It's 1 a.m. right now.
So, our record for longest rite was, I believe, about 42 minutes. In fact, that was actually the origin of the Speedy Bullfred versus Quarterback Manly Civil War. But I don't know. I wasn't keeping an eye on the clock for that one. I should have, because of course, whenever we have all saps, there's always the chance that it could, turn into a very, very long rite.
This was long.
Nora's like, yeah, it's a 3 a.m. for me. You know. I'll check. Oh dear. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to top 42-ish minutes. I don't think it was that long, but it was definitely... It was, I mean, obviously the longest rite we've had tonight, at the very least. Just check tomorrow morning. No worries, no worries. Actually, it is the morning. You said it's 3 a.m. No. No worries, no worries. That being said, any of you two who need to take a break and get some sleep, or just need some rest after a long and grueling rite, I'm sure we can find someone to swap in for you, but I mean, if you're good to stick around, then we'll keep you.
I'm definitely good to stick around, but if someone else wants to play, I mean, I've been playing for a while now, so if anyone else wants to play, just jump in. I'll jump out.
All right. Anyone in chat who wants to get in on the action? I know we have Cam who recently joined, and she obviously has not yet played today. Cam, are you up for it? Honor says if Amanda swaps, then I'll swap as well. Honor's like, I just want to play Amanda. To be fair, I mean, you've had some pretty awesome rights against each other. That last one included. Yeah, I mean, these two have been going for a while, and it sounds like at least, like, I feel bad keeping Honor in if it's 3 a.m. I feel like, you know, we're being a bad influence on Honor. One more right for you, Honor? You have one more in you? Alright. Let's give him one more then. Then maybe we'll swap things around.
I think Cam can play controller as well, right?
Now Cam is our keyboard, I don't know how to phrase it, but yeah, she definitely strongly prefers keyboard.
Oh, alright.
Our usual keyboard player.
Right. I know that for my very first game I ever played against anyone, Cam showed me how it works, and I was playing on keyboard, she was playing on controller. I got absolutely wrecked. Even on controller.
I mean, Cam is the champion of our most recent tournament.
Very good.
He is the Golubanian Cup champion. So, I guess where does that leave us? Are we going for one more right between Amanda and Honor? Are we looking to swap some people out to get Cam in? How do we feel?
I'm fine with staying, but I can also swap if needed.
Okay, it sounds like, why don't we do one more between Amanda and Honor, and then maybe we'll swap to get Cam in after that? How's that sound?
Yep.
Alright.
Sounds good.
So, any requests for this one, chat? anything, you know, say a little more tame than 6 saps? I don't know. Oh, okay. We have Will of the Scribes. There's at least that. Oh no! And then Boneser was coming in for a thrash pack. He's like, nothing is more tame than that. But Honor beat him to the punch. Amanda issuing a formal apology for the 6 sap setup. Well, you gotta test it out. You can't really understand what it's like until you have experienced it firsthand. Now you know. Whenever we hear someone in chat go, hey, what if we go with 6 saps? You're like, oh my goodness. Oh, those were dark times.
Yeah, flashbacks.
It is fun. It is fun, but it feels like a totally different game. It just fundamentally changes the dynamic of the Rite. Well, anyways, it sounds like we're just gonna have Will of the Scribes for this one. And we'll just have you two pick whatever Exiles, Masteries, and Talismans you'd like.
Sounds good.
The fate shall confront the night winds. Welcome. Who shall conduct?
Okay, and we're at the Book of Rites. So small arena. And Amanda is leading off with Orlek here on prayer beads. So likely to be one of, if not the, go-to scorer for Amanda. That is true. As soon as we saw the crazy sapling stuff happening, did perhaps significantly raise the probability of the game just outright crashing, but it did not do that. A little bit surprising, to tell you the truth, but we did actually complete a full Rite, even with those crazy cursed saplings. Which, to tell you the truth, might be the only time that will ever happen. Who knows? It may have been a once-in-a-lifetime event. But anyways, we have an imp on both sides, and now, could this be an Or also going with an Orlek? Taking for some very similar teams here. Looks like it. So what will be the last character here for Amanda? Well, this is looking rather meta-like here. Orlek, Imp, Worm. No, oh. After that Rite, Amanda at least thinking about going back to a sap. Otherwise, perhaps Vengeful Vow Worm? That would be more the quote-unquote meta setup. Not necessarily sure it's been precisely the masteries we typically see. Orlek might have been a little bit different. But, oh, Amanda's messing with their heads here. Faking us out. Which one's it going to be? It's going to be a Manly? There's going to be a Lady River? Okay, so Lady River. Just faking us out with the whole Manly thing. See if Honor's phased. She goes with a Speedy Pamitha with prayer beads. Okay, and here we go. See if these two have any lingering after effects from the draining all sap match, or if they're ready to go back to having some characters that are actually capable of moving faster than 2 miles per hour. Seems so. There's an Orlek plunge for Amanda. Well, there's a big implosion there coming from the Vengeful Vow. Orlek making moves for Amanda, picks up the orb, and actually doesn't have any defenders back there to stop him. And with that, drops Amanda down to just 25. So one more of those, and that would do the trick. Again, the Vengeful Vow taking out much of Amanda's team here, or rather, Nora's team here. Ametha charging up the cast, waiting for Orlek to land, but he makes his way around the cast, into the Pyre, and for the win.
Excellently done this time, I must admit.
GG.
The ceremony is
GG.
complete.
All right. Let's head on back then.
Until the next.
It was too fast. What is this? This speed? I don't understand. All right. And Honor says, all right, that's it. I'm going to swap out now. That means we're looking for at least one to get in for Honor. And I know we have Cam hanging out. Do we have anyone else in chat? Who, well, I guess, I know. Amanda, how are you feeling at this stage?
I would love to play a few games against Cam.
Okay.
If there are any people who really want to play.
Okay. Cam, are you still interested and available? Play a few rounds against Amanda here? Yeah, I can boot you. No worries, Nor. Ooh, tab that first. Consider yourself booted. Alright, let me get Cam in then. She says she's still up. The challenge. Okay, there you are, Cam. Invite. Sense. And Cam, will you be the essence today?
Yeah,
right?
always the essence.
Okay. Once upon a time, you used to do, what was it, the Dissidents?
Yeah, I used to be the dissidents until I carved out my niche as the harp overlord.
Mm-hmm. Now there's no going back.
I figured it would be more thematic.
That's true. But, you know, if your true calling is the Dissidents, then, you know, maybe your true calling is the Dissidents.
Honestly, my true calling might be the true Nightwings.
Oh, okay. I mean, you do you.
But I'm good with the harps. I do like the color, even if you can't really see it anymore.
Alright, well, I have you all set up on my side. And you might just want to double check controls, make sure that we got the right setup for you.
I think so. I'm controller. Oh, it's because my thing's plugged in. That's why. Oh, no, I'm on that side.
There you go. Alright. And chat, if there is anything you'd like to see in particular between these two, Amanda and Cam, let us know. This is, of course, Cam's first Rite of the Night, so you could maybe show her some mercy. Then again, we are talking about the defending Pyre tournament champion, so if anyone can handle some crazy stuff right off the bat, it's probably her.
Honestly, I haven't even played in a while, so a warm-up might be good.
Oh, I don't know. We'll see. See if chat agrees. But, yeah, do we have... I just want to make sure. I think Anor went to, the WASD, which may or may not be what you're...
Mouse presets.
Okay. Alright. In that case... Let's also... we were going to go Thrashback in the previous one, but, Nor beat Ponzer to the punch. Yeah, I gotcha. No worries. We got Thrashback for this one. Anything else, though, besides that? Or will the song be it? It may. That it may. And you know, Cam was saying I would kind of like if I got the chance to just warm up a little bit without a crazy right to start things off. So maybe this is Cam's opportunity to do just that. So let's do it.
The fate versus the essence.
Okay, so Glade of Lou. No specific requests, so you can take whatever exiles, masteries, talismans you'd like.
The rites.
And as Amanda was saying, when Amanda was first learning the ropes for multiplayer Pyre, it was Cam who was showing those ropes. But that was back when Cam was using a controller. Now she's on mouse keyboard, which is certainly Cam's preferred setup, so Cam has, she's at full potential now. Granted, said she could potentially use a little bit of warm-up because it's been a little while, but then again, this is the champion we're talking about, so this is still a very skilled player. Amanda going with quick throwing stowaway. And leading off with Barker, which is actually a little bit unusual for her. Also going with a quick throw and stowaway. Now, as Cam was saying before, her bread and butter is usually go with a Prayer Beads Pamitha, but with a bit of a different setup than we typically see from her. Might be a little bit different this time around with that last character as well. It'll be Jody with additional starting Pyre life in the last spot here for Amanda. And it will be Tizo, which is, yes, usually one of Cam's 3 characters, just typically a complement to Pamitha and other characters not named Barker or the Stowaway. Here is Barker. Has just enough in the tank to top away for a 20 damage plunge here. So Cam with the first score, but remember that Amanda took the additional starting Pyre life, so with that is still technically holding on to a lead here. Cam stops that one with Tizo. Stowaway down, but it's Barker who's dangerous here, and he makes it in for another 20 damage plunge here. Dropping Amanda down to 25. 125, that is. Still 25 over her starting amount. At least what would normally be the starting amount in the typical right scenario. But here comes Dalbert over to the Stowaway. Ooh, that throw is a little bit short here. Stowaway for Cam. That throw also intercepted. Quick play there from Amanda to intercept that. Well done in that regard. And now this is Barker from Amanda making it in and has the extra damage. But Cam quickly counters with her Barker there on a 20 damage plunge. Stowaway for Cam. Hops into the Aura. Barker scoops it back up and sneaks under the defender there for a 20 damage plunge. He has Prayer Bead, so he's going to keep on coming back. Stowaway for Amanda. Hops over, but into an Aura. Just Jody back to defend for Amanda. Barker nearly hops around. It does, but then gets banished. Dalbert sidesteps that cast. Stowaway does not, though. Dalbert. Back to him. Stamina back. Tizo there to defend. Banishes as well. Barker for Cam. Makes his way in. 20 damage plunge. Dalbert for Amanda. Over to the Stowaway. Stowaway hops the other side. Throw intercepted. Barker hops over the cast. And just barely banished before he makes it in. Stowaway with it again. Infinite stamina, not enough to escape the other Stowaway. And that means everyone down here for Amanda. Time, perhaps, to throw that one in for Cam here, and that lowers Amanda down to 45 Pyre life. A couple more scores, actually 3 more scores, might do it for her. Stowaway again. Another 20 damage. Dalbert retreats into the corner. Tizo blocks him. Then swoops in for the banishment. Barker hops over Jody into the Pyre for 20 damage, and that means that Amanda is down to just 5 Pyre life. One more score would do it for Cam. But Dalbert isn't done yet. Amanda scoring for 28 here. 2-score game then for Amanda, but Cam makes it in and finishes it.
GG, good game.
Well played.
Adversaries confidently thwarted. Thus end this night's proceedings.
Well done, you two.
Until the next Rite.
All right, chat, and now that Cam has gotten the chance to warm up, feel free to throw out whatever requests you would like. You know, like maybe not 6 saps, but anything other than that.
Yay. Okay.
And then Amanda goes 6 saps.
Wait a minute.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, she says. I don't know, are you?
Yeah, kidding. Just play whatever you want to play.
Okay, okay.
Nice. Okay.
Good night, Anor, /day, oh goodness, it's probably extremely late at this point for you, but happy to have you around.
The poor Euros.
Anor's parting words, please don't do 6 saps. Anyways, so Amanda, that basically turned into a do whatever you want Exile's request?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Hi, the scribes. Don't invoke Eastlock's magic. Alright, let's see. We are going to remove the thrash packing in this case. Dare I say. I mean, if you want to have it happen again, I mean, of course you can do it if you'd like. But anything else besides the exiles, or... I mean, the exiles are anything you want, so really, it's just up to these two at this stage. And based on what I'm seeing from chat, it looks like it's going to stay that way.
Do you have any fun ideas, Cam?
Let's see.
She needs to consult the list.
Yeah, consult the list. We could do ring demons, that would be interesting.
We can do what?
You know, like ring demons, where you put a ring on one of the demons and they have infinite stamina.
Yeah. Sounds good, let's go.
Alright.
Let's hope we get a big map, because they're only fun on the big maps.
Nor says, well, then again, it was fun. Let's go against Eastlock's magic. We're on the Spring of Tromir, which is middle of the road.
That's decent, okay.
Yeah.
Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
So do we go 2 demons or 3 demons?
You can do it however you want. I was just saying, like, at least one demon, give him the ring, you know?
Sounds good.
Depends who you think would be best fit together. So Jody is ring demon, number 1 at least, for Amanda. It looks like maybe for Cam here as well. The real question is who is going to have the second ring. And at least for Amanda, it's going to be another demon, Vids. But I think typically we've seen Cam go a different route with that other character on the ring. I think oftentimes it has been a Kerr. So I would have expected this to be... No, this will be Kerfang. Okay. See who Cam opts to go with on that last ring character then. Oh, we had a Nor sneak in a Path to Glory just before we... Or just after we started things up, unfortunately. That'll be the Stowaway with probably the Wick Throwing Talisman? Yeah. Oh, except, hold on. Teasing us a little bit with the Manly, but no, not this time. And it looks like that character on Cam's side with the other... Oh? You guys are just messing with our heads here, changing characters.
Where is it? There we go.
I mean, Messenger Imp with the other ring. Messenger Imp and Jody, you know, Call me crazy, but I just didn't see it. Parker down. Messenger Imp down. That means all of Cam's exiles out of the way now for Amanda, although did get some back just in time to defend. Parker goes with that 28 damage Kerfang plunge. Amanda did opt to take additional starting Pyre life, or at least more than Cam opted to take. At least for a minute there, despite Cam having scored, Amanda was technically still in the lead, but no more. Cam now in the lead. Is Paulette. Jody blocked. Banished. Cam with Barker. Makes it in for another 28. Jody. There's that speed with the infinite stamina. With it, the demons become insanely quick, going from one of the slowest to arguably the fastest class. Parker, stopped just shy of the Pyre there. Am defenseless, at least for the moment, but Parker's coming back soon. Oh, and look at that. Amanda was looking to jump to change directions for the throw last minute, but Cam saw it coming and counters with a 28 damage plunge there. One more of those, and Cam would take it. Jody, of course, also has 30 damage on the plunge. She could do it. Only one who would not be able to do it would be her Imp, though time here for Amanda to throw it in with a full 30 damage. That would throw it in. Jody for Cam. Goes down here. Stowaway for Amanda. The throw intercepted. Now Barker. Cast just misses, and Barker, banished before he can make it in. That could have been game. Jody back to defend her, though. But Cam knocks her back and makes it in for the win.
Wow, that was
I love the ring demons. They're so stupid.
What's up, Arumi? Arumi, you missed a right that you would have loved. Or, well,
you could put the ring on the non-demon.
we had a black magic 6 sap right in which the power of Yeastlock was absolutely present. Without question.
Without question.
6 saps indeed.
I mean, let's not rule out Falcon Ron here. We all know how he is.
That's true. They could have possibly been Falcon Ron working behind the scenes. You're not wrong. Alright, well, chat, is there anything else you want to see between these two? Any other ideas you have in mind? Amanda's picking exiles. No curs anymore, please. Too many curs. I mean, Amanda has been using Delbert a lot, but then again, you know, after spending time in an alternate dimension in which only saps exist, it takes some time to adjust to, you know, life working at normal speed again. So anything besides just no curs, or will that be it?
No, just no curs.
And it just says, please, please, anything but that.
Are very strong.
All right. In that case, why don't we get going? Oh, hold on. Last minute exiles request here from Lag that might be able to be combined with that. We'll see. Isle of Kalimer, for what it's worth. Lag says yes, saps, please. Lag, were you here for the 6 sap setup? Did you see that? Or are you like, no, I missed it. Now I need to find a way to get that back in my life. Just arrived.
How many saps are we talking about?
Yeah, how many saps, Lag? Are we talking at least 1 per team? Does it have to be more than that? What are you thinking? Ruby's like, no. Lag says at least 1. Just at least 1.
So,
choice.
We haven't seen a lot of Orlek lately. Amanda continues the trend here, it would seem, with Prayer Beads Orlek. Oh, except maybe. Besides, you know what, Lids? I take it back. I'm gonna take my sap person. Again? Going with Manly with the Tailwind Crest? I think you were holding the nutrition stick, but ultimately stuck with the tail. Okay, yeah. And did go with full rekindling, notably. So at least 50 life on the second life bar from Amanda. We'll see if we find another sap. It is possible. Okay, I'm going with the defensive Nomad there with Gold's Bracer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh lord, you're gonna drag this one out as long as possible.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Alas, I think I am.
I think I might be smelling all saps as well, in addition to maximum rekindling and starting Pyre life.
Alright. Hearts just aren't gonna work with saps, alas.
Oh man, someone finally find a counter for Cam's go-to setup? Now it'll be Orlek. Okay. Okay. So it's not 100% saps, although I do think we just saw Amanda still take the additional starting Pyre life, so at least some additional contributions toward the Pyre life fund. And now, look at this. Okay, yes. Oh, I suppose Cam did need to take at least one sap, and so this will be it right here. Taking a little bit of rekindling, but not doubling down on it, unlike what Amanda had done. Going with the Vengeful Vow on the saps. You rarely see it outside of Aqua. It does it a lot. I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone else go that route, though. Big power cast here from Hedwyn. Gets rid of everyone. And that is one thing that comes from going down all the way on the right side for maximizing the rekindling on all of your saps means that you are not taking Numbing Gust. Oh, look at that. Deflecting power cast, though. Comes back to bite Cam at least a bit, and now we have a duel of the saps. Sap throw from Volfred. Well, here you see Cam now doing what I was saying I was expecting to see more of in the all-sap showdown, that being setting up saplings closely opposing Pyre to give yourself a safe zone from which to throw the orb. We actually didn't see much of that, though. Edwin backflips, then turns around and power casts, as only he can do. Here is that power cast, getting rid of... Oh, there it is. Getting rid of everyone now. Goes for the throw. For 20 damage there. And with the power cast, it's big. Amanda shielded off one of them. But Edwin gets back at it and clears out some space for another 20 damage throw. Goes for it this time as well. Once again, Manly shields off the first one. But he can't catch up to Hedwyn to stop him from plunging this time. Now, that does mean that Hedwyn will be down and out this go-round because he did not have Prayer Beads. He took the Gold's Bracer. So the Exile that Cam was using most aggressively, not here at least for this series, means perhaps an opportunity for Amanda. Orlek blocked. Stowaway. Oh, Orlek into the sapling aura he goes. He's down for the next 25 seconds. Oh, and the stowaway hops in for a 20 damage plunge. No prayer beats for her either. Means that again, Cam will be down a character, although, well, that is enough for Amanda to get in with Orlek here for a 25 damage plunge. Power cast back from Hedwyn, but it does deflect back at him, taking him out at least for now. Orlek. Ooh, just overjumped it a bit, if anything. And he gets shoulder smashed from Headwind after that. So he's down for the next 26 seconds. Stowaway, quick throw. Makes it in for 20. Headwind back with the power cast, but Orlek scoops up the orb before he can get banished from it. But then Headwind turns around and takes him out. Sapling down, Stowaway throw. Gets past Manly for another 20 damage. Power cast from Headwind. Orlek knocks him back. Orlek makes it in. Another 25 damage, dropping Cam down to 50, so that would mean 2 scores necessary for Amanda to take this one, and depending on who it is, it may require, in fact, almost certainly will require 2 scores for Cam as well. Only person who could do it in one would be Volfred, which I suppose is possible, but unlikely from Cam. Manly gives it up to Palmas. Palmas back to Manly, can't escape the power cast from Headwind. Headwind picks it back up, has some space here, but intercepted. Palmas trying to escape. Gives it up to Manly. Manly can't avoid the power cast. Headwind. Orlek takes him out. Has some room here. Snap cast. Quick casting from the Stowaway, but can it stop Orlek? No, that'll be up to Volfred to block him. Oh, but look at that. Amanda makes it in with Orlek this time. Dropping Cam down to 25, and we're tied at 25 apiece. Power cast from Headwind. Orlek hops over it, but can he stop Headwind? Oh, Headwind shoulder smashes him. 2 seconds before any of the saps come back. Headwind has time, and he does have Leech, which is huge, because otherwise it would have been a 1-score game for either player, but now it would take 2 for Amanda. And no one back to defend, so time for Headwind. Except 100 rekindling. So Amanda is not done yet. But with that leeching, it does put Cam all the way back up to 42. And oh no, here comes the BM. The salute, the 20 damage throw, and the 10 leech. And at this point, Cam has erased much of the progress that Amanda has made. Unless Orlek can make it back in here. Oh, and seemingly overjumps the Pyre that time. Perhaps twice. Gets shoulder smashed. Go up to the saps. Lock things down here. Intercepted. Gives it up to Manly. Manly shields effectively. Vanishes 1. And has at least bided some time. Enough so to get Palmas back. Although now he's down and it's still 4 seconds before anyone comes back. So opportunity here for Cam. And again, it is with Headwind. So again, not only the 20 damage, but also the leeching 10. And suddenly, Cam is back in the lead here. Big power cast there from Headwind. And again, the BM with the throw. 20 damage. Leeching 10. And the gap increases. Orlek. Blocked. Headwind back at it. Oh, and he hops in. Goes for the plunge this time. 20 damage. Lowering Amanda down to 20, meaning 1 score would do it. And 10 leech as well. Getting Cam back up to 82. But no Headwind. And Headwind has been a big help for her thus far. Orlek does plunge here. Dropping Cam back down to 57, but it does also mean that Headwind is back now. And that sapling, well, it deflects that power cast back to get rid of one of the characters, but Cam flies in with the stowaway and throws it in for the win.
Alright, next one's gonna be the last one for me.
Okay, Amanda has 1 more in her. In that case, chat, let us know if there's anything you want to see between these two. This is the last chance to make it happen. Cam is indulging in a victory snack.
Yeah.
Does Righteous Flame give only the amount dealt? Righteous Flame is always 10, or is that the talisman, or is that the ability for the nomads? Yeah, that's the flat 10.
Flat.
That's
Leech
flat
is
10.
50%.
Yeah, flame leech is 50% leech, and then the
Same thing
nomad
with
is
the
also 50% leech. Hey, you got it, lag. That's right. Don't worry, lag. So, any last ideas for what we want to see between Amanda and Cam, or are we just gonna have them go with whatever they want to go with here? Tell me you can have infinite Pyre life with some cooperation. You cannot exceed your starting Pyre life. So if you start with 100, you can't ever go above 100, or what we've seen Amanda do on a few occasions is take the additional starting Pyre life talisman, or the masteries from the demons, and that will allow you to leech back up to, 135, or whatever it is that you started off with.
But interestingly, if you use the star that takes away 30% of or 30 pyre health, you can still go back up to 100 with those things.
Huh.
Yeah, it's because the star deals damage at the start. It doesn't reduce your pyre life. It just deals damage right when the raid starts.
Mm-hmm.
So that's damage that you can heal back up.
Yeah, that would be fun, though, if you could leech above your starting Pyre life. But it could get pretty ridiculous pretty quickly. I mean, perhaps that might be in some situations for the better, for entertainment purposes at least, but, for balance purposes, maybe does make some sense to limit the effectiveness of the leeching talismans and masteries, at least to some extent.
I am shocked at how balanced this game is, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, think about all the various masteries, classes, and talismans, and yet, we have found some things that are perhaps the go-to meta picks of sorts, but
Sure.
outside of that, there's a lot of stuff that's very well balanced.
Yeah, like even the Orlek things are not unbeatable. They're strong, but they're not perfect.
Even triple crone with the crone salute, giving you 3 automatic scores, is, if you see it coming, technically speaking, something that you could deliberately counter and not automatically lose to.
Wait, I haven't heard of that. That sounds broken.
That one is probably the most
Yeah.
broken setup. That's one that we outright banned for the tournament.
Nice.
For me. The game is so balanced, though. Okay, sure it is, right? One moment while my character turns into the black wagon when it jumps.
Just run over your adversaries who needs them.
Yes. Yeah, Arumi, any of your characters that turn into black wagons when they jump should absolutely have shoulder smash. Without question. Automatically. You don't even need to allocate that ability. You just automatically get it. Anyways. Alright. Doesn't look like we have any requests for this one, so up to you two to take whatever you want here.
Alright.
The fate shall confront the essence. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
I'm torn between 2 strats. I can't decide.
What are you thinking?
I'm either thinking Cur Savage Imp or Oralek Imp Worm. I know.
Orlek Imp Worm might work better on this map, if only because Curs tend to... It's easier for them to reach full speed on longer maps, like Solium and things like that.
Fair. That's a good call. Or maybe.
Or maybe the leech.
No, not the leech.
Sticks with prayer beads instead. And the additional pyre life. And we saw an extremely effective power casting Goals Bracer Headwind in the first spot for Cam in the previous right, and that's what she leads off with here as well.
I've never played against Ghost Bracer Nomad before. That's insane. It's so strong.
I used to use it a lot, like last year, February is when I first joined. It was pretty good. Nobody had like really seen it before, at least I think to the extent that I was using it. So it was kind of destroying people. It was funny.
Really strong.
Let's see, who are we doing? Let's do Pamitha.
Yeah, has this been your first Pamitha thus far, Cam?
It's been my first Pamitha today. Yeah.
How many rights have you gone without using Pamitha? Is this a new record?
I don't know, I can feel my Pamitha meter draining.
Alright, so she has an Exiles list, and she has a Pamitha meter that drains the longer she goes without Pamitha. Could this be Cam's only weakness? Drain the Pamitha meter. I know, right? First Pam for Cam?
That looks like it should work, right? Looks like it should be strong.
Let's find out.
Let's not find out.
Stick with the Lanthorn instead.
Okay. Yep.
And Lanthorn for Tizo for Cam as well. So here we go. Orlek down. Oh, and look at that. Amanda hopping over that power cast, but here comes Headwind. Oh, intercepted. Orb pops out. Headwind scoops it back up, and no one back to stop him. So time for that 20 damage throw. But Amanda did take the additional 35 starting life with Orlek, and so Amanda technically still in the lead here. But Orlek shoulder smashed. Oh, and Pamitha flies over that imp cast there and gets rid of Orlek again. He's off to the races now. Blocked. Oh, can't escape that banishment though. Orlek through the teleporter. I thought got him banished, but no, he's still here. I'd have been thinking about the worm there that was getting taken out, but Orlek makes it in for 25 here. And with that, Amanda does extend on this lead. Orlek scoops up the orb before Pamitha can stop him. Blocked this time. Now banished. Headwind gets rid of the orb. Pamitha down. Headwind wants to set up that power cast. Once he gets rid of the orb, he can. And, oh, Amanda was trying to chase him down with a worm, but then that worm made it through the portal accidentally, and suddenly Headwind had time. Orlek scoops up the orb again. Shoulder smashed again. Big power cast from Headwind, though the imp explodes, taking him out as well. Orlek is back, but blocked again. Has the orb again, but he goes down, and this time banished with the Web Lanthorn, bringing back all of Cam's characters. Here's Headwind. Pops. Shoulder smashes the enemy, but then gets banished soon after that. Orlek back. Voids the defender. That is Headwind, so he will shoulder smash. Doesn't need it this time, though. But once again, the imp explodes and takes out Headwind when he does the power cast, and it's just Tizo here for Cam. About to run out of stamina. He goes down. And actually brought back Headwind, even though he didn't banish there, which I think might be a bug with the Lanthorn. Headwind down. Orlek trying to avoid Pamitha, though he actually ends up in Tizo's aura there. Pamitha blocked, knocked back. Orlek with some space here all of a sudden. No one back to stop him. Gets the throw off just as he's getting banished. Had to cut it a little bit short. 20 damage, not the full 25. Orlek again. Tizo. Orlek's big aura gets rid of one of the defenders, but he goes down here to Tizo. Headwind just misses on the power cast here. Once again, Tizo explodes and takes out the other imp. But Orlek down once more. Mana trying to get Headwind with the worm, but Headwind leapfrogs over for 20 damage and leeches 10. But he does not have Prayer Bead, so he's not coming back here. Orlek ends up with the orb here. Duel with Pamitha. Gilman explodes, taking out the last of Cam's characters here. Opportunity here for Amanda with Orlek. Does she go for the throw or the plunge? Going for the throw here. Full 25 damage. Plenty of time for that. That drops Cam down to 49. Means that Amanda, yes, in the lead here for now. Orb hits Amanda's Pyre, bounces out. And look at that. Cam uses the cast to make it to the orb. And take out a defender in the process, making it easier for her to plunge here. 20 damage, making things awfully close here. Amanda with a slim lead. Orlek. Ooh, is looking to knock back Tizo, but Tizo actually is close enough to banish. Ametha. She gets blocked. Orlek blocks her again. Knocks her back this time. Banishes her. Picks up the orb. Now remember, Hedwyn does have shoulder smash, so can't do that. Otherwise, he will send you to banishment land. Tizo, for a second there, looked like he might have had enough room to score, but Hedwyn recovers for Cam. Hedwyn has some space here. Oh, does not make it in. Although, had a bit of a second opportunity there, but blocked once more. Tizo. But now, Gilman back, he takes out Hedwyn. And that brings back Orlek. Now he's the one with the orb here. Stamina back. Tizo takes him out, though. Tizo taken out, which brings back Orlek. Here he is. Hedwyn trying to chase him down. He knocks back the defenders. Plunges for 25. That means one more of those. And it would be Amanda's game. Orlek does have prayer bead, so he is coming back here. Hedwyn just narrowly avoids that Tizo implosion. Here is Orlek. Oh, look at that. Weaves around the defenders mid-jump. But he does get banished. Hedwyn down. Brings back Orlek, but here's Pamitha with the orb. Always dangerous with Cam. Gets rid of the orb. She goes down here. Orlek. Tizo to defend him. Gets rid of him. Just the worm back to defend, but that brings back Orlek. The power cast gets rid of Orlek, though. Now, Gilman. Oh, Hedwyn shoulder smashed him, it seems. Now he goes down. Web Loithorn brings back Orlek. Here is Orlek. Ametha's power cast misses on the explosion,
GG.
and Orlek makes it in
I'm very
for the
bad
winning
against
plunge.
Orlek. It doesn't work for me. But good job.
That of their adversaries is but
Well done.
ash.
That was a nice one.
The rite is done.
Well played.
Until the
Nice.
next rite.
Alright, thanks for the games, everyone. I'm gonna go to bed. It's late.
No worries. Thanks for stopping by. Happy to have you, Amanda.
Right, thanks for the fun.
All right. I can give you the boot as well if that's helpful. That means we are looking for one more to fill in for Amanda here. Is there anyone who has not yet played today who would like to get in? Or, I mean, at this point, you know, we're late up in the day that I suppose if you played early on, we could get you back in as well, but, I mean, certainly if you haven't played yet today, you're at the top of the line if you'd like to get in now. Cam is playing on mouse keyboard, so that does mean that, technically speaking, it would preferably be a controller person. Harumi would play, but it may be a public safety issue if he were to try to start up his laptop.
Might be time for a new laptop.
Haven't started in like 4 weeks. Oh dear. So presumably that means you're obviously you're not using that laptop to type in chat here, but okay. So it sounds like that rules out Harumi. Is there anyone else who either hasn't played today, or like I said, I mean, if you played early on, we could get you back in now, I suppose. Using a Chromebook. Yeah, is there anyone hanging out in chat who's not yet played today? I know we saw Ponzer for a little bit earlier. Don't know if he's still around, in which case we could potentially get you in. I know Lag, you were playing earlier. If you're down to come back, we could potentially get you in.
And Nora says in the chat that SAT match was 27 minutes long.
Oh man. So definitely not in the same level of the Civil War starting Speedy Bullfred versus Quarterback Manley. Although definitely still in the top, I don't know, at least 5% longest rights, probably. Lag says I might join. I mean, at the moment, we're not seeing any other volunteers, so Lag, if you're interested and available, we can certainly get you in. I suppose the only person who could potentially jump ahead of you would be Ponzer, if you are interested. Because you haven't played yet today, we could definitely get you in. Otherwise, Lag has played already, but if you're the only person who wants to play now, then of course, we'll get back in. Ponzer, I don't know about that. Let me think. Snadra. Don't you Snadra me. Up to you, Ponzer. If you don't want to go, then no worries. We can get Lag back in. Sounds like Lag is up for it. Ponzer says sure. Ponzer, remind me, are you usually a controller person? I feel like you would sometimes be a mouse keyboard person as well, though. Thought I remembered that being the case. If so, are you okay with going with a controller? Because we have Cam in, and she does certainly strongly prefer, to be on mouse keyboard. Mouse keyboard main, controller if necessary. Are you up for controller in that case? Are you still? Is that a deal breaker? So I think in Cam's case, we've tried on occasion to work the controller, but for some reason it has generally been uncooperative. At times,
Yeah.
Pyre just has like not recognized it or something for some reason.
I think that was the
Cam
general.
using the controller.
What?
I'm against Cam using the controller.
No, it's just that the remote play doesn't recognize it for some reason. We don't know why. But...
All right, I'm ready to
Oh, I think what Ponzer is
Be the
implying
court
here is that he is handicapping himself by using a controller, and he is also going against Cam, which does not bode well.
Let's see how this turns out.
Well, we applaud you for the effort, if nothing else. All right, invite
Show
sent to
me
you,
your
Ponzer.
dance of death.
All right, so Ponzer, you'll be in as player 1 here, and Ponzer, which triumvirate do you want to be today?
Surprise me.
Good question. I mean, we have the Fate on right now, but we've had a lot of Fate players today, so maybe something we don't see a lot of.
Make him the accusers.
I mean, normally we don't see the accusers, but actually SSC today changed over to the accusers.
Oh,
I was surprised. So I would normally say, yeah, we very rarely see any accusers, but at least for today specifically, we did. I mean, tell you the truth, the only team these days that is not anyone's first choice, I think, is the true Nightwings.
Really? That's surprising.
I think that's the only one.
What about the Tempers?
I think Cool Guy.
I know Cool Guys.
Yeah, Cool Guy
Tempers,
will go Temper's first choice. Occasionally some other people as well. Rotor possibly, or that might have been the Withdrawn. One of the green teams. Sometimes the green teams get a little bit bunched together in my head, but or at least with regard to who chooses which one of those green teams.
There's multiple green guys.
Oh yeah, there's a ton. It's
Yeah, there's
Withdrawn,
like 3 of 'em.
Tempers, Beyonders. I mean,
I just know the one with the mountain.
yeah, this one here. Like Withdrawn and Tempers are
Hmm.
basically the same color. I mean, Pyre Arts, you could maybe make the case are like kind of sort of
Maybe
green,
Squint.
and Essence to a certain extent as well. But let's see. So I put you on True Nightwings. There we go. Okay. For what it's worth,
Controller's working.
Arumi says, "I believe in you, Ponzer." Yeah, does it? It does look like it's working for you, Ponzer.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Okay. So, chat, anything in particular that we would like to see for this one? This will, of course, be Ponzer's first ride of the night, so you could show mercy on him if you'd like.
Let me set up my emergency push to mute keybind.
Uh-oh.
Alright, I'm ready.
I used to have that bound to my mouse, but I was always accidentally pressing it during riots, so I would just stop talking suddenly, but now it's on my keyboard.
I
Alright.
got side buttons, so I just put on that.
Yeah. And even then,
Not
sometimes
right,
you
go
accidentally
away.
press them, but... Okay, looks like we're going requestless this time around, so let's jump in and you'll just take whatever you want to take.
The true Nightwings shall confront the essence. Welcome.
Okay, so it'll be Ponzer on the left here as the true Nightwings.
Rights.
And yes, Ponzer, perhaps the most regular user of the legendary Demon Talisman, tends to use it on Iggy. So not surprising to see him unveil that strategy here.
Back to basics.
Back to basics. Cam leading off with a Prayer Beads Barker.
I'll just make a.
That's looking like Volfred, but just Ponzer thinking about what the best talisman might be to go along with that. Amanda will be choosing Exiles for the next round, okay?
Oh,
Titan Tooth, perhaps anticipating some Kamatha action. Although Barker as well. Those curs, they can more or less fly with those triple jumps.
that was a falling out sound. Somebody disconnect.
I think we're still good here.
Yeah, I'm fine.
That's an odd one. Let's see. Oops.
And in the last spot, Hones are going with the Vengeful Vow on the Imp. For the auto explosions, although you can get that, or at least more or less that, with Last Laugh.
It has a built-in one, right?
Yeah, so the Imps have the built-in implosion, whereas the Worms have the built-in bring someone back when you banish someone. So it's basically like Worms already have Web Lanthorn, and the Imps already have the Vengeful Vow. And he does take Stunning Claim as well. See if he puts it to use here. And Prayer Beads on Gilman. So in theory, that'll be one of Ponzer's more aggressive offensive characters. And last one for Cam will be Lanthorn Tizo.
Before
Notably,
we start,
no Pamitha.
right before we start, how do I play the game?
1 second. What are the controls? Remind me.
All right, I'm good.
He's good. We're good.
Um,
That's just that.
Press
Yeah,
it.
bottom right corner one. That. There we go. All right.
Kick in.
And Thrash Pack as well. Fitting as Barker plunges for the first score here. Stowaway jumps in, but she goes down. There's a Stunning Claim. Throwing Cam off a bit here. Iggy, oh, got a little bit stuck there on the edge of the lava. Couldn't decide if he wanted to throw or jump. Barker loops around for a 20 damage plunge here as well. Stowaway. She gets blocked and banished. Gilman here for Ponzer. Stamina back. Zooms forward and makes it in for 15 damage plunge, and does have prayer beads on that Gilman, so he will come back. Wasn't really sure what was going to happen with that Iggy jump there, where it looked like he was going to end up in the middle of the lava, but in the meantime, Cam makes it in. There is Iggy taking out Stowaway and misses the mark on Barker, though Barker ends up in the lava. Sapling. Barker's still going, though. All the way into the Pyre, and dropping Ponzer down to 20 Pyre life here. So one more of those could do the trick, unless did Ponzer take any rekindling on Fulford? He may have. Iggy knocked one defender back, although banished now, and Tizo brings back someone with the Web Lanthorn. Barker blocks, goes for the cast, takes out Volfred. Gilman stuck a little bit in the corner there. And there is the 10 rekindling for Ponzer, so hanging on, at least for now. Gets rid of Barker as well. A little bit more space here for Iggy. Oh, although can't hop over Tizo, and Tizo brings someone back with that Lanthorn. Barker, he's blocked and ends up in the lava there. Back with Gilman. Gets rid of it. Picks it back up. Gets rid of it. Gets banished. Stowaway. Has the quick throw, but she can't have enough time to get it off. Wolfred on the run here. Then gives it up to Iggy. Just Barker back to defend. Ooh, Gilman stopped before he can make it in there. Barker. Oh! Shoots the gap between the two defenders for the winning score.
That was a nice one. Like halfway there, you can tell that I kind of got the controls.
Maybe this next one will be better.
Until the next rite.
All right, and we had, it was what, an exile request from Amanda for this one? Your first character has to be the character that most looks like your favorite type of animal.
Favorite type of animal?
Correct. That is the exile request for your first exile.
I guess people call imps the cats of the downside, so I would have to go with them.
I thought they look more like bats.
I don't know, people just call them cats. Or they used to be an old thing, I don't know if people still do that.
Okay, sounds like maybe an imp incoming from Cam.
You'll have to ask people later.
Yeah. Alright, let's try it out. We'll see what Ponzer has in mind. Imps, apparently. Cam is saying some people call imps the cats of the downside.
The true night wings shall take on the essence.
I'm a bit torn here.
Welcome.
Well, what's
The
your favorite
first
animal?
character.
Who shall conduct
I'm torn
the
between
rites?
monkeys and gorillas.
They're very similar.
Oh, yeah.
The one's
This is
bulkier.
true.
I was thinking nomads or demons. Because monkey and gorilla.
That's true.
I mean, like, what kind of monkey are we talking here?
Like a small, like skinny one.
Well,
Tiny
gorillas
ones.
are more closely related to humans than monkeys anyway, so you might as well just go with a human.
With the demons or with the nomads?
The nomad.
Okay.
They're closer to
Your
humans, I
decision.
guess.
Rumi says, savages are humans too!
Oh, that's
Don't forget
true,
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then there's none gorilla-like.
Yeah, if you're going specifically gorilla, then demon might make a little bit more sense.
Yeah, they look. It's what character looks the most like your favorite.
That's
Yeah.
true.
But Rumi says, but demons are gorillas.
Gotta take care of this brass monkey. This chunky monkey.
He is a chunky monkey.
More so than Warlock, would you say?
I don't think Orlik's a chunky monkey.
Nah.
You ever see one of those
He's the stinky trash man.
silverbacks that are like the alpha
Yeah,
and
he's-
they're ripped?
Yeah, he does look like a silverback.
Yeah, I can see that. Untorn, Titan Tooth, or Thing. Let me go with the Thing.
Tizo.
Amanda says, I approve of gorilla demons. And Amanda was the original requester. I mean, yeah, I suppose if you wanted to, you could go with a nomad after that as your backup.
Yeah. Let's see.
If not demon, then nomad.
I'll just do this so that I get both of them. I know this is supposed to be the first character, but
Are we just going full?
Just going all out.
looks like it.
Although I guess in Pyre they're not really related to monkeys. They're birds, aren't they?
You want to go into the lore of it?
I mean, they're descended from harps, so that makes them birds.
But weren't harps originally nomads?
No, it's the other way around.
Oh. So long throw, stowaway.
Look, my M&Ms.
No!
There they go.
Everyone's worst nightmare. And then Cam quickly starts to write. Maybe we can get him while he's still picking up all the M&Ms.
M&Ms. No.
That's devious, Cam.
He's distracted. I have nothing.
Not the M&Ms. Anything but the M&Ms. Cam plunges for 25 with Tizo. And then brings in Emtho with the heart push. Iggy with that big cast. Shoulder smash there. Coming from Lendl, but Stowaway goes down. Yari's trying to catch up with Tizo, but Lendl goes the wrong way. Tizo makes it in for 25. Ametha takes out Ignarius. And sidesteps Lendl. He had the shoulder smash, could have taken her out, but she's too elusive on this occasion. There's Tizo getting shoulder smashed. Down goes Ignarius. Here he comes back now, though. In fact, in time to get Hamatha banished, but down goes Ignarius once more. Stowaway trying to bring someone back from Honzer's team.
I'm missing.
Keeps on
I'm
missing the
a
mark.
lot.
But eventually they come back the old-fashioned way. Trying to get the Stowaway back again this time, perhaps, but she also comes back the old-fashioned way. Now opponents are back at full strength, but immediately thereafter, Lendl goes down. Stowaway with the throw. No, that's just gonna go ping-ponging all over the place. Ignarius catches up to Tizo there. Lendl goes down. Tizo. Ooh. Just barely missed that cast there. Oh, and he's on the move here, but he gets shoulder smashed. The orb is tiny, but Lendl picks it up. And explodes on everybody here, but Stowaway has it. He goes down. Power cast from Lendl takes out Messenger Imp, but Messenger Imp implodes, taking him out as well. Tizo jumps, gets blocked, and actually banishes Ignarius there.
I managed that.
Oh, Ignarius comes back in time to banish one of the imps on Cam's side. Stowaway goes for the jump rather than the throw, but she gets blocked. Now Ignarius going on a banishment spree, takes everyone out here. Has the full 30 damage throw.
Nobody messes with the gorillas.
Nobody messes with his M&Ms either. Shoulder smashes Tizo. Oh, and that's a double banishment there, but Ponzer brings them back. Stowaway. Oh, she goes down. Ignarius goes down, but takes out the imp with him. But now, Cam gets rid of Lendl, and Ponzer is defenseless. And that does it.
I think this solidifies that cats are better than gorillas.
Not happening. I like to see put you in an arena and see who comes out on top.
Okay, what if I gave the cat a gun? Then who?
I don't think cats can use guns.
Maybe it can't. Maybe it's a smart cat.
I don't think they have opposable thumbs.
You gotta let me
You'll
give
figure
the
it out.
gorilla some like armor then.
If anything, the gorilla's gonna pick it up and actually has the thumbs to use it.
Yeah, see, they don't have thumbs or fingers.
Okay, what about a big cat? Like a tiger?
That's probably your best chance if you're trying to go cat versus gorilla.
Can I
And not
upscale
cat
my
gun
gorilla
versus
then?
gorilla?
How do you upscale your gorilla, Ponzer?
Ever heard of a movie called King Kong?
You are not using Kong!
I think it's only fair.
I mean, if you're pulling a Kong, I'm pulling a Godzilla.
It's not a cat.
It's kind of a cat.
Then Amanda starts going spiders, and Rumi's like, no. Please no. You
I like
monster.
tarantulas alone there and not near me.
What if you put like a funny hat on him?
Okay, I like that tarantula, like a little party hat. I could do that.
Any other requests for these two? Whether based on their favorite animals and their likelihood of surviving 1v1 in a cage match or not? Otherwise, we can just have them take whatever they'd like. Although chat is perhaps still preoccupied with just thinking about those possible matchups. Okay, not seeing anything from chat request-wise, so why don't we just hop in? Oh, hold on. Cam has changed over to controller there. Cam, do you have a controller plugged in?
I do not.
That's strange.
You want me to unplug mine?
Yeah, can you unplug yours for a second here, Ponzer?
It's unplugged.
Okay,
Oh.
now plug back in. And hopefully Pyre will still
back.
allow Cam to be on
There we go.
mouse keyboard here.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, now you know, no worries, just trick Pyre. Alright, now let's start things up.
The true night wings.
And this time, this might actually be the first time we're at the Pitum Leaf all night. I don't remember us ever being at the Pitum Leaf today. Maybe? Briefly?
Who
I don't know.
shall conduct the rites?
Why'd I go that way?
But if we're at the pit, and Pones was thinking maybe all the more reason to go prone here. Oh, hold on, just a second here. We got a request, maybe just in time. It is for talismans. If you had a cat, pick the item for your last character that you would feel most comfortable with your cat wearing around as its color, or on its color.
For the talisman.
Yeah, on your last character.
I'm the last character, okay.
What would your cat have on its collar for your last character? That'll be your talisman.
There's no, like, little bell talisman.
Probably put a heart on him now.
I could put a heart, yeah. That would be pretty cute, actually.
Would you put a contract?
A vengeful contract.
Find my contract.
Your days are numbered.
Here's an obscure bit of Pyre lore. Greg has supposedly said that if cats existed in Pyre, Orlek would be a cat person.
Hmm?
But they don't exist.
I guess not, yeah. If they did, though.
And there might be some things that are shaped a little bit like a bell.
There's probably like a circular thing. Yeah, there we go. There's a circular thing. The shooting star.
Which one is it? This one?
That one, yeah.
Yeah, reminder, this is your last talisman. Last talisman is the one for
last one.
your cat.
Okay. So this one can be any.
This one can be anything, yeah. Opponents are going with the legendary talisman, perhaps, to cast through barriers. Yep, locks in here. Rumi says, yeah, Orlek would be the ultimate cat person. I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe
I think
before
with how
you-
much he likes Tizo, he probably would be a cat person, considering imps are the cats on the downside.
I guess if you're calling imps the cats of the downside, then that could make some sense.
They totally are. I so see it.
Okay.
There he is. The cat.
Okay.
Rumi says, imps are the cats of the downside, just a little bit less lazy.
Which one was this? This was the... Oh. No.
What are you looking for?
This one. Looking for that one. Wait. Not that one.
Yeah, the landmark.
Okay.
Alright. Bonzer goes with a webbed lanthorn Tizo, and tell you what, I was thinking the webbed lanthorn could potentially be kind of like a bell-shaped like item that you could potentially hang from your cat's collar.
Imagine.
I feel like it'd be really big.
Yeah, I don't know how
Like
big
hang
it
an
is.
oil lamp from your cat.
Is it actually like a lamp? Is it actually that big, or is it like, I don't know.
Kind of looks like a lamp. I don't know.
My controller. Oh,
Ooh.
disconnected, reconnected.
There we go.
That's fine.
So this is your talisman that you are giving to your cat and putting on its color.
Oh, thank you.
You just randomly spin and ended up on Ignarius.
Oh, I'm my cat. This is literally just a necklace.
That is a collar. Yeah.
That is true.
But would you hang a collar from your cat's collar?
If I was feeling.
Well, to phrase it, to give you the exact phrasing from the request, if your cat, what you would feel most comfortable if your cat wore it around its collar.
I mean, in theory, if you had a two-headed cat, you could do like a collar with a collar.
Whiskey glass?
You shouldn't feed into your cat's bad habits.
Or he'll feed mine. Not many cat collar stuff. Like maybe one of these talismans.
Yeah, those kind of look like, jewelry-esque type things. If they're small enough, might be somewhat reasonable.
Yeah. Is this what they would wear, or would I want them to wear?
What you would want them to wear.
What you would feel most comfortable with them wearing.
Yeah, probably just like a talisman. I don't want anything sharp. Those guys will just stab me. What does this do? Oh.
Alright, so it is Ignarius with the Moon Crest, I believe, was the talisman that Ponzer said was the most cat-like, or at least best to put on a cat's collar. That's gonna be Ham for Cam. But what talisman?
Okay, let's see. A feather
Cam?
might look good.
Feather could potentially work. You were talking earlier about potentially doing something that's bell-shaped, and I think there are a few options there.
Yeah, there's some bells. They're just like not really good on Pam, whereas the feather is pretty decent. Okay, I'll do the feather. It's not very sharp. I think it'd be safe for a cat.
Alright. There we go.
Oh wait, I can't move.
Oh, hold up. One sec. Can we
You're controlling
pause
me.
for a second?
Oh,
Oh.
I'm controlling you.
Was this the right where we were messing around a little bit with the turning on
Wait,
the
wait,
controller and whatnot? Oh.
Try
Now we're
moving.
both controlling you.
Can one of you hit the pause button and unpause? Sometimes that does the trick for whatever reason.
Yeah, no.
No, still controlling the true Nightwings on either, or for both of you?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's, what has been the most efficient way? I think it might just be setting up a new Rite, and I mean, I can try kicking one of you and re-inviting you and seeing if that does the trick. I suppose that could be worth at least giving a shot here. Why don't I give that a go? So I'm gonna try uninviting you, Cam, and then I'm gonna re-invite you real quick. And hopefully, in doing so, the game will realize that you are actually supposed to be player 2, not also player 1. Okay, invite sent.
Wow, can't believe Cam was cheating this whole time.
I'm sorry. I'll turn off my Game Shark.
Ah! I should have known. For the record, Cam actually left on her own accord. Of her own accord. I did not actually.
Yeah,
do
I
it.
alt F4'd.
But let me know when you're back in, Cam, and we'll see.
Yeah, I'm back in.
if it
I
now
don't know about you
decides-
guys, but I'm thinking rage quit.
And goes, I don't want to be the true Nightwings. Bah!
Also, it is notable to point out that Cam did you copy the first two of my characters?
I wasn't really paying attention. I kind of already knew what I was gonna pick when I got in, but that might have just been a coincidence.
What a
Both
coincidence
took,
indeed.
What are they called again?
Yeah.
Crones and Imp.
Yeah, I usually decide what I'm gonna pick when I see the map, but
So-
sometimes that does happen.
Are you in, Cam? Are you in?
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay. Well, let's try this.
I cannot move at all now. Oh wait, I think I'm still controlling Ponzer.
That looks like you're still controlling
About-
Ponzer.
Yeah, kick me, and then let's see. I think that one's player 1.
Alright, let me give Ponzer a quick boot, and if this doesn't work, then we'll just reset the Rite altogether. I did hear the disconnecting sound. Ponzer, did you boot yourself?
Yeah, I
Okay.
rage quitted a little bit.
Alright. Invite resent to Ponzer. This is still Cam messing around with Bertrude, right?
Yeah,
It really-
it's-
Let's see.
It's giving me the tip. Oh, I'm in.
Okay. Ponzer is
That's
in
me.
and controlling the true Nightwings. Cam, can you do anything?
I can control Bertrude.
There! This seems like we are in for a good restart
Right.
here. Let's just exit versus mode altogether. And then my guess is something is awry with the controller setup here. No. Says it's good.
Yeah.
Let's Let's try doing a quick... Give this, yeah. Push it around a little bit, just so that Pyre acknowledges that, truthfully, he's supposed to be just a controller player 1 and mouse keyboard player 2. Give it another shot here. It does mean that we are going to likely find ourselves in a different arena. This time, follow Solio.
Yeah, I like this one.
Welcome.
I hate the small arenas.
Who shall conduct the rites?
And we were at, what, the Pit of Elite last time, which certainly qualifies as a small arena, so pretty big change in that regard.
Bertrude. Bertrude.
So yes, it will be Bertrude and Bertrude. And Tizo with the Lanthorn, followed by, okay, Pamitha this time. Remember, it's the last exile that has the cat-like talisman, so Cam switching the order a little bit on the exiles does mean that now we could take something else with Pamitha and would need to take the cat-like talisman in the last spot with a different character. Same goes with Ponzer here, although this is now his last character. So he's actually, he is sticking with the same thing here. Cam now with Tizo in the last spot. How does that change which talisman she opts to take? Obviously can't go with the Triesta's Plume, because, well, that's legendary harp talisman that is not available for Tizo.
I guess
Two?
that it'd be like hanging a shark tooth around your neck, like with a
Yeah,
cat.
but on your cats now.
It could look cool.
Ponzer is doubtful, but Cam goes with the Titan Tooth. Never mind the fact that it is, you know, a cursed tooth from Greater Titans. Or maybe it's a normal Titan, but anyways. Cam plunges first here with Pamitha.
Maybe I just have a really cool cat.
Yeah.
Bertrude, oh, banished just before she can make it in there. Oh, and Bertrude just walks right into that cast from Ignarius there. Tizo gives it up, Ignarius picks it up. Everyone down here for Ponzer, except, oh, look at that, Ignarius comes back, goes through the portal, and Bertrude back now for Cam, and look at that. The jump knocks her back, and brief throw there, but Ponzer says, you know what, actually, come to think of it, I'm just gonna plunge.
What we call an alley-oop.
It was a bit of a self alley-oop. However, it does mean that now Ignarius is gone. In fact, everyone is gone now for Ponzer, so free alleyway for Cam to throw this one in for 20.
Power play.
The true Nightwing's adversaries gained an edge.
Oh, and double banishment there, or triple banishment there for Ponzer. In fact, time here to throw this one in all likelihood. Goes for the full 15.
Has hit the mark.
Of course, less damage than, say, Ignarius could do, but still, free score. Allows him to keep everyone in play for this series. Pamitha just barely avoids the Aura Burst to take out Bertrude on a couple occasions there, and Ponzer makes it in for a 25 damage plunge here. So Ponzer building up some momentum here. Bertrude for Cam, hops seemingly over the Pyre. Iggy sees Pam incoming, tries to hop over. Avoids banishment, not for long though. Pamitha back with it now, she gets blocked. She gets banished. Wed Lanthorn brings back Ignarius. Here is Ignarius. Ignarius with a banishing throw. That misses the mark. Ignarius jumps into Tizo. That takes him out, but Mooncrest trigger, so he's coming back soon. Here he is. Big cast. Doesn't take anyone out. Bertrude for Cam. Hops, but blocked. And banished. Ignarius picks it up. Hops over, knocks back one defender. Pam, though, still able to block him, but she gets knocked back when he lands. And he makes it in
GG.
for the winning dunk.
Nobody saw the bunny hop Ignarius.
Got a few of those, maybe.
I knew all of those hours in CS:GO meant something.
All right, let's head on back.
Until the next rite.
So there you go, roomies. Not only the crones that can jump across the small arenas.
Demons
I
too.
feel like I've done that before in the campaign.
What, just hop with demons?
Yeah, it works weirdly well.
It's because of the
It's the
shot.
stun, yeah.
Yeah.
I hate the stun, but it does work.
Yeah, if you can get it right, where you're knocking people back and not accidentally actually jumping into their auras and banishing yourself, then it's very effective. But being an unskilled demon player myself, at least, I tend to end up jumping into the auras, and at least in my case, doesn't work so well. But if you can pull it off, yeah, you can leapfrog all the way over to the Pyre, for sure. It's hard to stop. But I'm taking a look at the clock here, and I'm thinking we might just have time for one more rite before we go to Liberation Rite protocols. So if that is the case, that would mean that this would be the last opportunity for any requests here from chat. Thrash Pack, okay. Definitely. Lag is choosing Exiles, okay. What do you have in mind, Lag? What are you thinking? Trying to think if there are any specific classes we haven't seen much of, though we've had a pretty good mix today. Including maybe a few too many saps. Alright, Lag says first two exiles are the most likely to commit arson. And third is most likely to be against it.
Alright.
Arson, for those of you who are not familiar, is the crime of basically setting things on fire.
Oh, I know exactly what I'm picking.
Alright,
I got an idea.
sounds like we're ready to go then. Let's do it. Just to be clear here, chat, we are not endorsing the act of arson. That is a crime. Please do not commit arson. It is against the law.
Versus the essence.
Yes, Mr. Twitch chat. Do not commit arson.
Who shall conduct the rites?
I feel like this is pretty set in stone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know, Parker perhaps does make a lot of sense in the first spot here.
Out of everyone.
I think there's one that's a little more likely, but I'll show you.
I can maybe think of who Cam is referring to.
Depends on.
Oh, I can think of a couple, actually. There are a few options here.
There's one that's canon. That's the one I'm picking.
Okay.
I think well, most likely to commit arson.
I mean, Tam's a terrorist. You could probably make that argument.
Yeah. I don't know much about Udmilde.
Milda's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, I was thinking of
She's
Milda
the
is definitely a
pyromancer.
strong candidate.
No, she wouldn't do that.
If you leave her in the downside, she like blows up Eastlock.
Blows up Yeastlock? What?
Yeah, there's like a big giant flaming crater after she's done.
I know. I'm thinking the same thing for me. I'm like, what? So Tamitha first for Ponzer, and will be Udmilda first for Tam. Prayer beads on her. And this is also someone who might commit the crime. Ponzer is thinking Barker, which does make some sense. I did have someone else in mind, though, that I think could also fit the bill.
Maybe Cam will choose him.
Honestly, I was going for Barker, so I don't know. I could see Tizo doing it. He gives me very
What?
chaotic vibes.
Oop. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
Jocelyn.
right. I need that. Is this one? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Legendary
Is
Curse
that right?
Talisman.
Yeah, I got a curse talisman. I need to offset the balance. Or recenter the balance.
Okay. And it will be Barker for Cam. I was thinking maybe Lendl could potentially be another person.
Oh yeah, maybe Lindell.
Now this is the person who would go against it.
Alright, this one's obvious.
Literally the same person in mind.
I have another one that you could think of that I can think of that might also work, but yeah, I think this is the clear
He's
pick.
literally a tree.
He is literally a tree.
What is he gonna do though? Let's make him wait. I got an idea. Wait, where's the...
Double rekindling is all the way down on the right.
Oh well.
Going with the Typhoon bottle. If everyone gets banished, Cam won't be able to sprint, throw, or use any other abilities. Unless...
On the off chance that you kill everyone.
Okay, and yes, Cam will also go Volfred. The other person I was thinking of that you could potentially put in this spot would be Dalbert. Because he's
Oh, maybe.
noble and probably would not be so keen on committing a crime. But here we go.
We don't know him. Oh.
Milda plunges first here for 25 on Cam's side. Dalbert. Or rather, Barker. I was talking about Dalbert, but he's not in this, right? Barker makes it in for 28.
Scrambling with the bumpers. Whoa.
Rumi says Manly would set himself on fire accidentally. That may be the case. Romilda plunging for 30 here, and that drops Pones down to 17. One more could do the trick, and... Well, that is unless he took 10 rekindling, which he has.
Oh,
So a little while longer. Well, Cam may have forgotten the orb.
I forgot something, yeah.
Blocks this time, and banish. Poner locks down the orb with a sapling, and explodes it, but no one over there to take the hit. Now that orb is potentially in Cam's aura, but not anymore. Barker scoops it up for Poner. Ends up in the sapling, though. He goes down. Milda. Oh, nearly makes it there. Barker.
Oh, I got a plan.
Also took the black hoof on Tamitha, so she cannot pick up the orb.
That's my plan.
Great plan.
Which is, or would have been, perhaps one of his more skilled offensive characters,
That was my plan. Press yet?
but got rid of everyone
I'm
here.
impressed now.
Opportunity for somebody, but not Tamitha.
Don't worry, I'm a
And-
master of
It
working
didn't
it.
Pouncer may have taken a little bit too long there. Now Cam is back to having two defenders now, but everyone down once more. So okay, Barker with some time now. Ups to throw for 15.
Don't worry, I'm a professional with it.
Ludmilda blocked. Oh, and picks up the orb
Oh,
Yeet.
and plunges for the win. Fast arson.
funny you say that. We're actually dousing the fire.
That is true. That is
We
true.
build the firefighter.
Until the stars align.
Alright, so I was thinking it might be Liberation Rite o'clock. It's starting to get pretty late here, so why don't we summon Tariq here and set ourselves. Oh, hit the reset button accidentally. But then we'll set ourselves up at the Fall of Solium.
Which one are we? We're this one.
Okay. And
CPU.
yeah, we'll make Cam a CPU. Why not? Okay, so we'll go Fall of Solium. And we will also just turn off the in-game music here real quick. First time today we're calling on Tariq. Somewhat surprisingly, but one moment while I summon him. Hello, Tariq. I would like you to play us a song or two. Namely, the song that we have you play for these liberation rites.
Are you writing him a formal letter?
Yeah, I mean,
It's
he's
polite.
an established, esteemed musician, you know?
Hmm.
Alright. And now we are all set. Freakbot's got all that stuff lined up. So, like I said, this will be our last rite of the night, our liberation rite. So that means Fall of Solium, never to return. And no request for this one, just gonna have these two give us their best shot, their best possible teams to finish off the night. So, let's do it.
Oh, wait, that's right. I muted her. Like it's ominously quiet.
Night winds shall now face the essence. Welcome.
Arumi requests that you guys get awesome game skills.
Maybe next time.
Sorry,
I
no
feel
can
pretty
do.
good today.
Alright. This is the best, the top of the line team. 100%.
According to Ponzer, that means Gertrude first with the legendary Crone Talisman to be able to cast through barriers. There are a lot of them in the Fall of Solium. Actually, was our previous rite in the Fall of Solium as well? It was, wasn't it? Bit of a
Yeah,
precursor.
The previous one was like the Fate one.
It was the one before that.
Oh, okay. 2 rites ago, I'm thinking of. And it's going to be Ruki with prayer beads first for Cam.
I just realized it says Titan's Rage. See that?
Yeah?
They're very
Tizo is a Titan, confirmed. Lanthorn Tizo second for Ponzer. And quick throwing Stowaway, second spot for Cam.
Just because I already have 2 of them, might as well go for all 3.
And quick throwing Jody. And I believe she had Celestial Spike. That looks like that may have been the quote-unquote meta demon setup there. So that's dangerous. And Cam rounding out the team with her own version, Web Lanthorn Tizo. But here we have it, the final rite of the night, Liberation Rite between Ponzer on the left as the True Nightwings, Cam on the right as the Essence. Best of luck to you both.
In honor of the scribes,
Stop playing, I can't hear him.
we
I
all
don't know. I have him muted.
Heresy.
You have him muted too.
No, I unmuted him.
Then how do you know if he's not playing or not?
Because I have him unmuted, he's not
Oh,
doing
and he's
it.
not playing. Take that as an indication that maybe he's not playing.
No.
Give me the rock.
Wait, 5 seconds.
I want the rock.
Mom said it was my turn. Oh no! No, yeah, nice.
No. There we go.
doubt to the adversary.
Oh, I hate it.
Mmm. Yummy. Wow, this is according to my plan.
Cringe. Oh, there we go.
Nope. Thank you. Bye.
Come back. I need it. There we go. Oh,
Oh, there you go.
that was not intentional.
Goes the orb.
Stop that.
No. I need the rock.
Literally mine.
No, I want it.
I just realized I have a terrible team. I have such high respawn. No.
Little splash.
But don't worry, I got stubborn flame. I can outlast you.
There we go. Let's go. Nice jump.
It's called tactical. Oh no. No.
Barely a mark against that flame. Glorious. So fiercely fought. No need doubt the adversary's claims. Your victory's at hand. The orb. Banishment for all.
Just gotta get one of those in. Bro.
Don't worry, I still got one more try.
It's one more turn.
And it is done. GG.
I just want you to know the audio cut out for me. So there's no bot music and there's no game audio. It's just...
Yeah, it was very silent for me too.
Weird. But anyways, thank you both for a great match, and that was our final rite of the night, our liberation rite. So, that will be it for today. Thank you all, those of you who participated over the course of the day today. I'm gonna duck out of Discord, but I will see you next week.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Alright, and that being said, that does mean that we are down a Tariq bot, so let's just throw on some in-game music here real quick as we sign ourselves out. So, let me actually take a second here to say, well, like I said, first and foremost, last rite of the night, we'll be wrapping things up here. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed this stream. Thank you all of you who made your various requests today. We had a ton of really fun ones today, so that's always a blast. On top of that, of course, well, we, for those of you who want to get more involved in participating directly in these rites, the best way to do so is by joining the Rite Club Discord server. That is the way to do so, clicking on that link right there. That's where we're doing all this coordination and whatnot. Other than that, we are doing these Rite Nights every 3:30 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time on Sundays. And, other than that, I'm Lids. I'm hosting these Rite Nights. I'll be streaming other stuff as well on top of that on Fridays, doing Witcher 3, which we are actually getting extremely close to the end after like 300 hours of playing that, which is pretty crazy. Actually taking me like almost a year at this point to finish the game at this point. But other than that, on Saturdays, we are doing usually combo of Path of Exile and or Hades, although yesterday we actually did a new game, Impossible Creatures, where we basically mashed a bunch of different animals together, like half elephant, half hornet, or something like that, or like, what else did we do? Like turtle and woolly mammoth, or something like that. Just ridiculous stuff like that. It was a lot of fun. And if you missed anything from today's stream, I'll be sure to post the VODs for this Rite Night on YouTube. Lids Vids there as well as VODs from the Witcher 3 streams, and also potentially those Impossible Creatures that play through a little bit. But there is a Gwent expansion coming out this Tuesday, so definitely be having a lot of videos coming out in the near future for that as well. One other thing that is new this week, we have been working on a Pyre tabletop game for this past, how long now? Like 8 months or so? And we have a beta. So, for anyone who is interested in participating and trying out a Pyre tabletop game, that should be the link for the PDF that will give you the rule set. And then, on top of that, we have, I believe I made this one, the character sheet, link for that as well. Those are basically all the things you need to play Tabletop Pyre. So if you are interested in checking that out, there's a link to do so right there. Made by many of the people who you, in fact, even might have seen playing and or commentating today. So, that is it for me. If you haven't done so already, you can of course hit the follow button to get a notification for when I go live. I'll also post when I go live on Twitter, @LidsVids there. And that's going to be all. So thank you all again for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream.